Hello. Hello, it's me. It's Andrew Horn. Welcome to Planet Hex. This is the Planet Hex sort of all-nighter. So, yes, this is going to be entertaining and see how this goes. I'm going to write and write and write until I can't write no more. So up here we've got VHS Ain't My Brain 2. That it's coming along very nicely, but I want to get a lot of it done and I want to get this out there. So I'm going to play some music. I'm going to write. I'm also going to play some recent videos from my channel while I write, and we'll just chat as we go along. So feel free to put a message in the chat there if you'd like to. That would be awesome. And just let me know I'm not alone while I'm doing this. That would be really cool. So thank you for this. Hey, Masters of the 80s, it's good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining me. I don't expect you to stay here for the entire night because I'm going to be doing this for a long time tonight, but we will see how long I manage. So today I went to Alfreton. Little update, I went to Alfreton on a bit of a nerd hunt and I took my mum out for lunch, and of course I dropped in at the 80s video store, the 80s video shop in Alfreton to see my buddy Rob Lane of Straight to Video, of course, Straight to Video there. So I discovered that he's selling off some X-Rentals, so I got a couple of X-Rentals. I was sniped to one I wanted though just before I picked it up. Someone else picked it up. It was quite busy. It was really busy actually. It was nice to see it was so busy in the store actually. So I love that place dearly. So we've got Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country VHS. Now this is very special to me because I saw this at the cinema. My mum took me when I was a kid, and actually I went in Star Trek uniform, and I'm proud of it. Absolutely proud of it. So it's going to take me a few minutes to get ready, get my levels set up and things like that. I hope this is going to work tonight. So yeah, Star Trek 6, and also I'm a big fan of Cynthia Rothrock. Got Outside the Law by Cynthia, with Cynthia Rothrock in it, but this is a screener. You can see it's got the release date on it there. It's a sample cover, and it's a screener tape. So that's really cool. So love a bit of Cynthia Rothrock. Still reeling from being able to talk to her live on the Video Tasties channel, so cheers Gareth for that. That was awesome. Really appreciate that. So let's see what we've got here. I'm just going to check my levels, make sure this is all working properly. Won't be a moment. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be working. So what I'm going to do is let's get started. I'm going to write. Oh yeah, I was going to show you a couple of other things. So as well as the VHS tapes, I've been still reading Aesthetic Deviations, a record of a load of shot on video horror movies from 84 to 94. Really good book. I'm halfway through Legends and Lattes, the fantasy novel, which is so good, and I have completed going through this marvelous Arrow Video box set, which looks like a video store. So it's all Empire movies. So in here, I've switched all these to the old style covers. So we've got Arena, Dungeon Master, Cellar Dweller, Robot Jocks, and Dolls. That is a great box set. I've really enjoyed that. I've watched the movies. I've not gone through all the extras yet, and there are some alternate cuts on there of things that I want to go through as well. So I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to turn the music up for a few minutes, and I'm going to get started with working on VHS Ain't My Brain VHS Ain't My Brain 2, The Revenge, which is coming out on the 10th of March. It's very nearly there. I just need to finish it up, and there's some stuff I need to add. I've got notebooks around with things I need to add. I've got a cat next to me. Let's go. Hey, Masters of the 80s, they are selling a lot of X rentals and DVDs and notebooks and stuff like that. There's quite a range. Not the ones off the walls. There's like a big array down the side of one wall, where it's like a sales section. Do go and check it out. It's really, really cool. Tell you what, let's get started with the latest video on my channel. So you're not just listening to music so far. Let's switch this over to this week's episode of Planet Hex. Not that I'm just self-promoting or anything like that, but I thought this might be nice to get things underway. If you've not seen it, it's a good episode this week, so I'm proud of this. Is going eventually, honestly. The cough is like... Hey, welcome to Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. It's tape time again. Finally getting over this cold. It is going eventually, honestly. The cough is lasting forever. So if anyone else has got this weird bug out there, I feel your pain. I really do understand. So I've been working on VHS Hit My Brain 2, The Revenge. That is thundering along very well. That is on target for its March 10th release. The exact... Something's going right here. The original version of VHS Hit My Brain coming out back in 2014. Hey, William. You're right, bud. And it's shaping up to be a really good book, a very personal book, very different book. It's got a load of stuff about sequels in there and a load of stuff about what's happened over the last 10 years since the original VHS Hit My Brain came out as well. On this episode, I'm going to get back to tapes, my dudes, because I've had a couple of weeks off that. I felt a bit grim with this cold, and I want to get back into doing what I love the most, and that is talking about VHS tapes. So on this episode, I'm going to talk about tapes. I'm going to go on eBay, I'm going to go on Facebook Marketplace, I'm going to have a look around the internet at a few things that I've spotted that of interest that are just pretty cool. So let's get started. The first thing I did, I went over to Facebook Marketplace and I found some stuff that interested me. A little bit quirky. Some of the stuff is a little bit quirky. Some of the stuff is a bit weird. Some of it isn't. Yeah, I just want to check out the stuff that I want to show you the stuff that I've found tonight. It's just fun. So, do you remember VCR board games? There's a Star Trek: Next Generation VCR board game, and I don't remember this one. I remember things like Atmosphere coming out. Oh no, I do remember this now. I see the box. Yes, I do remember it. Didn't remember the board. I do love it that it's set out like the Enterprise D, and that's just so cool. All those parts in there, and you would play along with the VHS tape. That is so cool. And £15 for that. That looks really good. It's been used. It's well loved, but it still looks fun. Now, I have an unhealthy obsession with pre-recorded tapes. There's something about them that I just think is really, really cool. Let's see if we can find out what's on any of these. Oh, these are a bit blurry. Dunkirk. I see Dunkirk on there, but a lot of those are a bit blurry. But there's something about these things that really fascinates me. They are, historical artifacts. These are things where people have gathered these things themselves, and it's just fascinating to see what people recorded and things they caught, the news stories and the adverts and things like that. I had to get this up for you. An original 80s VHS storage unit for your retro collection. Next to the VHS video library, like the cases that made them look like books, this was an essential back in the day for storing your tapes. Yeah, just the drawers, and just something about that, just the Formica wood effect of the thing, and those pull-out drawers. It really takes me back to being a kid. I think my grandparents had one of these. I remember it being next to their VHS player, and they had like Charles Bronson movies and game shows and stuff recorded, and it was just takes me back, man. Takes me back, and that's part of the key of this whole retro thing that we're doing. A lot of people, for the most part, it is a nostalgia thing. Absolutely a nostalgia thing, but I also find it interesting to share the history of this stuff with people. I mean, this looks really archaic now. A storage unit for VHS tapes. I had one for cassettes as well. I had a few for cassettes, and when I started getting CDs, I got a tray, just a plastic tray with the slots in that you could lean CDs in, and that was my chart. That was like my top 10. And when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, their places would change depending on what I wanted to listen to at the time. So I had my own personal chart. You see, this is what we did before the internet. We just filled the time with nonsense. It was great. So the next thing I found over on Facebook Marketplace, there's a listing of some X-Rental videos. It says for free, but they've all got prices on them, and I just wanted to see what the prices were, especially of this copy of The Stuff, as The Stuff was signed by Graham Humphreys, the cover artist. So that's 30 plus postage. It's not bad. Final Terror 15, After Hours 20, and Prince of the City 20. No real interest there, but that stuff with Graham's signature on it is really cool. I've met Graham, and he's a lovely guy. So the next thing I found on Facebook Marketplace of interest was some original X-Rental VHS video shop shelves. £160. From the late 80s, holds 48 X-Rental tapes, pick-up only. It's a long way away from me, unfortunately, so I can't go and get that, but I would love one of these. I would absolutely love one of these. Just because they're the real thing. It's not something that's been made to look like it was from a video store. This was from a video rental store. Tapes were rented off these shelves, and that's a big thing for tape nerds like me. That is a big thing. Something from the original era. I had a look around tonight for some like video store ephemera, and I did find some, but not loads, but I did find some to check out. And I think it is becoming harder to find stuff that isn't tapes relating to video stores, like the rental cards themselves, or the boxes from smaller rental chains and things like that. So that's something I may branch out to and look out for more on my searches. This one caught my eye because it was just this one in bin bags. VHS, 1,000 of great movies, 6 VCRs and 2 portable TVs. £120. So I love the idea of rummaging through all this, but what I don't love is the fact that it's been kept outside in like an outhouse. It looks like an old outdoor toilet. So loads and loads of tapes. What kind of spot there? I see The Omen. I see Highlander 2: The Quickening. See some Disney and stuff like that. Lethal Weapon 3, 2 copies of Lethal Weapon 3. Bunch of stuff, but I would love a rummage through that. It looks so exciting. But I'm slightly put off by stuff in bin bags and stuff that's been kept outside. It could get mouldy, so you would need to check each tape individually. And then there's a stack of VCRs and these combis. I really want a combi. I really want to find a decent price combi, TV VHS combination, just because it would take up less space than having the separate TV and the VHS player. I don't have a CRT TV at all in the house at the moment. All TVs in the house are all HD, so it doesn't really look right putting VHS on them. So I tend to go for the smaller ones when I'm playing VHS, but a combi would be great. And I was gutted recently, I saw one kicked into the street nearby. Yay, Nottingham. But a few streets away, there was one literally at the side of the road. It'd just been kicked to pieces. And I was like, I could have rescued that. But anyway, these are the things that happen. So that one interested me just because it was in bin bags. So I did also find this. This really amused me. And there is definitely a market for these. This is only £10, because this is the... I'll read you the description in a moment. There is a market for these at the moment, and these are still going for like 60, 70, 80 pounds in a lot of the cases I've looked at, and a lot of the ones I've looked at recently. There was one that was like 20 quid, and I missed it. I was sniped on it, so I was gutted by that. It was an old Roadstar one from like minibuses and caravans. I would just love to have one combi. I think that would be really cool. Make it a lot easier to keep up my addiction, you know. But what amused me about this, we said read description. I thought, tell you, £10, 19 weeks it's been up. So let's have a look. This has no remote, and the front flap of the VHS bit is missing. The standby button is broke, so it only switches on via a tape being inserted. It's like that stuff I could live with. Also, due to the age of it and it being stored in a very dusty environment, it also got a bit stinky when I tested a tape playing on it. So it smells bad. So I imagine this is due to all the dust on the inside, so someone who knows what they're doing could quite easily open it up and clean it. Other than that, it works fine. So when you play a tape, it smells. This is literally smelly vision. Finally, it's here. It's reality, folks. But it's a shame. It's a shame because that is a nice looking little unit. So I moved over to one more item. This caught my eye because it's a mixture of stuff, and it had two of my favourite things in the world on it, Doctor Who and horror. So I thought I would go and have a look, because it looks like there are some interesting ones here. So this seller has them listed for £2 each, or message for deals. I like the hand. I do like the hand there. See my wares, enjoy my wares. But let's have a look what they've got here. So they've got the Devil's Men, the Demon. There's a Napalm Death live one. Lots of Doctor Who. Cthulhu Mansion, Return Living Dead 2, which I've got, and more Doctor Who. Nothing that's leaping out at me there, but I do like the effort that's gone into displaying these, and I love the very personable hand. So, behold, being the mythical warden of the treasure, like from Bill Bailey's Part Troll. So that caught my eye. So I moved over to eBay, and I wanted to have a look at some pre-recorded tapes, the stuff that people have recorded off TV, home taped, you know, because that is just a fascinating thing to me. I've done a video on it before, but I just wanted to see what was on some of the stuff that was for sale here. See, this one's got parts 1 and 2 of the TV version of The Stand, Columbo, Paranoia, what's that one up there? Prime Suspect, Midsummer Murders, oh yes. Now you're onto the serious stuff if you've got recordings of Midsummer Murders. Let's see how... Okay, we've got some good stuff here. Apart from Dances with Wolves, Last Touch of Frost, Midsummer Murders, Tales from the Dark Side, Warren Blood, 80s music videos. I would love to look at that one. There's a tape there called labelled as House of Witchcraft, but that 80s music videos one, that is sticking out to me. Law & Order UK Series 2, Midsummer Murders, Beverly Hills Cop 2. Can't see anything else on those sides there.
There's some great stuff on there. That I would love to have a look through the 80s videos one. That looks fantastic. More Touch of Frost, Law and Order, Midsummer Measures. You like your cop stuff? Rod Stewart in concert. Oh, just no. Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Excellent. Poirot. There's some watchable stuff here. Definitely some watchable gear here. Unforgiven. On the buses, Tropic Thunder, The Strangers. That's getting more recent, so they've been doing this until like the early 2000s. That's just so cool. I'm always curious to see what people recorded on these things. This caught my eye because of these labels. 2 mixed used recordable VHS videotapes from the 2010s, full and part. So I want to see what they've got on these. Discovering Jack Lemmon, commercial breaks ×3. They've listed the number of commercial breaks. Outcast Series 2, Episode 2, commercial breaks ×3. The first few minutes of the Family Guy Star Wars. Part of Ken Bruce on Radio 2, only a few minutes. Okay. 6 minutes of Popmaster from Radio. Glastonbury 2016, an hour of New Order. Mercury Rev, there's some music stuff on there. There's Coldplay on there, but I won't hold that against them. Songs of Praise. Wimbledon 2013 reviews. I love how random these things are, and that also takes me back to when I was taping stuff off the TV, and I would list things meticulously. I would number them. I would put on which music videos were on there, the movies, and notes like when it would cut out or anything like that. That's really cool. You can see the effort that went into these. It wasn't just like just record it. It was. There was some interesting stuff going on. So Mork and Mindy, Erie, Indiana. Hamish Macbeth. Blackadder Goes Forth. Yes. Vertigo and Frasier. Eclectic mix there. Let's see if I can see anything on these. Oh, there's been blanked out. Ah, shame. I wanted to see what you've been up to. That is a shame. So let's have a look at this next batch I found here. This one looks promising. He says promising. Got rhododendrons and acid soils. Lots of stuff about gardens. Buckingham Palace's garden from 2003. The Yorkshire Dales. Lots of gardening. Spring Watch. Fair enough. Whatever floats your boat. But again, it's fascinating to see what people recorded. So we've got a mixed batch here. Let's see what's in this mixed batch. So it's only $7.99. So I'm not expecting a great deal from this, but let's have a look. So we've got Fast and Furious, Menace to Society, X-Men Species, American Pie, Terminator 3, It. And that It has a little drawing of Pennywise on it. That rules. Jurassic Park. Nah, nothing leaping out at me on that one, but it's always worth a look, because you never know what you're going to find. You may find something rare on there that's never been shown in that same cut, that same version or anything like that. Let's see what we've got here. Black and White Mikado. West Country Home Movies. 1930s, 1960s. I see. Southern Steam. Architecture and Engineering. Okay, we've got one here for £75. So, come on, impressive. Oh, this is the one that was mainly Top of the Pops 2. The spin-off from Top of the Pops that had more like alternative stuff and classic stuff on it. That's a good, if you're into your Top of the Pops 2, that would be a great batch to go through. This one grabbed me because it said TMNT and Gremlins, and that is instantly a library there. You would spend weeks going through this stuff. Let's see what's on some of these. Ghostbusters, Last Boy Scout, The Mask, The Shrek, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, Home Alone, Dr. Dolittle, Bedknobs and Broomsticks, another one of those, Wizard of Oz, Dumbo, Under Siege 2, 55 Days at Peking, Pale Rider, Innocent Blood, Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan. See, what's interesting here is that if these have been recorded off the TV, then they're going to have the adverts, they're going to have all the little bonus bits, the links, the news stories. This is a gold mine. So if you have the space and you want to really bulk up your collection, this is a great way to do it. Return of the Musketeers, Sleeping Beauty, Prince of Thieves, Fatal Attraction. Everyone had a copy of Fatal Attraction for many years. Superman, Conan the Barbarian, Robin Hood, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, yes. A Few Dollars More, Killing Fields, Under Siege, spelt wrong. Cliffhanger, spelt wrong. See No Evil, Speak No Evil, Faulty Tower, Steptoe and Son Rides Again. Honestly, something for everyone and every mood. Absolutely love it. Oh, let's have a look here. We got Last Action Hero, Karate Kid, Grease 2, Grease with a C, okay. Red Sonja, Commando, that's a good tape back to back. Batman Returns, Return of a Man Called Horse, Blue Jean Cop with Peter Weller. I keep wanting to call him Paul Weller, that would be very bad. Buster, Homeward Bound, another 3 Musketeers. They are the Musketeers, don't they? Hot Shots, Papillon, never say that right. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Dirty Dancing. Robocop 3, you poor thing, you sat through Robocop 3. Thomas the Tank Engine. I love that. Next to Mad Max 2, perfect. Young Guns, perfect. Gorillas in the Mist, great movie. Time Cop. Yes, some absolute gold in here. This is a really good one. Really, really good batch. And they're demonstrating some of them on a combi there, which looks really crispy as well. Snowman, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Gremlins 2. That's such a good batch. If you really want to bulk up your stuff, and if you want to have a look through someone else's archives, that's a little bit voyeuristic, but it's quite a, it's an interesting thing to do. Right, let's get through some more of these. That's mainly documentaries, that one. Pre-used, pre-recordable. We got here Monty Python, absolutely fabulous. Can't tell what's on those others. So you never know, it's always worth a look. We got here the Go Kids, Paddington, My Bloody Valentine, Company of Wolves, Horror Frankenstein, yep. Highlander 2 and Ferris Bueller's Day Off, there's a weird night. I've just had a back-to-back session myself. I've just had a double feature of Cellar Dweller and Dolls, so a good Empire Pictures double bill there. This is an interesting one because these are Ritz tapes, and this made me look for some other Ritz things as well. So Ritz was a video store chain prior to Blockbuster being a big thing. Excuse me, I've still not got rid of this cough. And I used to go to Ritz with my dad and rent stuff all the time. So it has happy memories. That logo has happy memories. Let's see what these are. These are Ritz recordable ones. So these are ones that you would have recorded yourself. You would buy them from Ritz and you record it on at home. So Curly Seam, Strictly Boring, and Kickboxer, Shattered. Best of the Best 2 on there. Nice martial arts fun. Those are fun. Those are fun. Do they come with the boxes? Look like they've got slipcase boxes. Yes, look at those. Fantastic. They've got the video store logo on. I'd love to get a couple of those. Speaking of Ritz, I went and looked up some other stuff. Now Ritz put out a magazine. It was just basically adverts and like coming attractions, but it was a really really cool one to have. I had this one with Die Hard on it. I remember that because I remember the Scandal advert in there. Yeah, I remember that whole thing. And the Watchers advert. That is absolute gold. Those magazines with full-page adverts. They're just frame worthy for me. Yeah, so there's a lot of copies of this on eBay. I may have to partake if I find a good priced one. There's another one here. Beverly Hills Cop 2 on it. What was on the back? Penitentiary 3. Epic. But I loved all this. I remember there's one Batman there that was epic as well. There was I do miss that sort of era where you could get a thing. So you get a video and you get your snack, and there would be mini posters or postcards or the magazine that you could pick up. So it was a little extra to flick through before the trailers came on, and just really exciting. Oh, Amityville 4 in that one. So I looked up some other video store stuff as well, and of course there's loads of video store posters around, and there is a real wealth of these things around at the moment, and they vary in price and they vary in quality of, they vary in condition is what I was going to say. But if you've got the original 80s video shop poster for Friday the 13th Part 3, which is the one where Jason gets the mask. So while the first two are very good, it's Friday the 13th Part 3 that becomes the Friday the 13th that everyone knows. And it's good fun, but yes, £75 for a poster is a lot, to be honest, even a vintage one. Now, something else you would often see in video stores was standees, and here's a Fortress one. Fortress was a great sci-fi action movie with Christopher Lambert trapped in a futuristic prison, and he's just trying to get out again. And you would see these things in video stores all the time. Any video store you went in, you would see the cardboard cutouts. There's the back of it with a fold-out standee and a big cutout. Lovely. That's not in bad condition, but again, £150, and I don't really have the space for it at the moment. Now this really caught my eye. So five racks of original X-Rental VHS video shop pre-search shelves. So it says, despite being awesome, these shelves are made of pretty fragile molded plastic, and so they are quite breakable. But those are absolutely beautiful. Where are those? Brighton. Yeah, I couldn't even fetch those, even if I could afford 800 quid for them. So that would be perfect for displaying a collection. You bolt them onto the wall and just stand your presets on there. Those are so fun. Tapes just look great in those. When I go to the 80s video shop, in fact, I'm going to call in there on Saturday, the day this video comes out. I'm going to call in there and say hello. When you see those at the 80s video shop, those are all the real things as well, and they just look so fab and so evocative of that time and that place and that scene, and you just want to, yeah. You know what I mean. If you're watching these videos, you know what I mean. You know why these things are exciting. Another video store magazine here, Titles Times. I don't remember this one, but it caught my eye. It's from Rental Shop. It's got nice cartoons on. Rent the movies of tonight. Why wait for satellite? Exactly. So we've got Forever Young, the Mel Gibson movie on there. But inside, there's an advert there for Carnosaur. One of those where there was a lot of movies came out straight to video that were riffing on Jurassic Park, of course, because that was so big. The Distinguished Gentleman, I don't remember seeing that. So that brings me to the last thing I'm going to talk about here, and that's a couple of articles I found over on the Washington Post about VHS. From now and again, I will look up something, see if there's anything recent that's been said about it, see if the scene's been mentioned, and the scene has indeed been mentioned over on the Washington Post in this piece. With VHS and video stores, tape heads are fueling an analog revival. We certainly are, my friend. We certainly are. Now, how beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? This is Be Kind Video in Burbank, and I know the Be Kind guys turned up at the 80s video shop in Alfreton. They came over to the UK recently, and I just missed them. I could have said hello. So there's some stuff on there about Be Kind Video. There's stuff on there about Lunch Meat. There's a little quote from Josh Schaefer, who did the cover to VHS Ain't My Brain for me. And there's some stuff on things like Vidiots, and how Vidiots closed down and then came back. And it's just interesting to see that these things are out there, and these things are just still getting attention 10 years on from things like adjust your tracking, and of course VHS ate my brain, and all the things that sort of spearheaded this revival. It's really interesting to see these things still getting put out. So after this, there was a follow-on piece, Opinion, VHS tapes, mostly gone but not obsolete. This was interesting. This was a follow-up. This was January 14th this year, and this was a follow-up over on the Washington Post of the previous article, and it has some interesting stuff about the social aspects of it and the cultural aspects of VHS, and how some things weren't ever moved over to a digital format or even DVD, so some things are still only available on VHS, and it's just interesting to see these things still being discussed, and I love it, and long may it continue. Long may it continue. On that note, I'm going to go get some rest. I have a big day tomorrow. I'm going over to say hi at the 80s video shop in Alfreton. I'm going to go on a retro hunt. I'm going to take my mum for lunch, because that's always a good thing to do. Take your mums for lunch. That's an important moment of anyone's week. So I'm going to go and do that. And then tomorrow night, this video will already be out when I'm doing this, but I am intending to pull an all-nighter on the new book. And not only am I going to pull an all-nighter on the new book, I'm going to prove I'm pulling an all-nighter on the new book by live streaming at least some of it. So yeah, if you, I'm going to see if I can get it over here on YouTube instead of Twitch this time. So look out, there may be a live me on here on YouTube on Saturday night. That's Saturday the 10th of February. So yeah, look out for that. I'll be writing, I'll be chatting, I may play some games, I may look at some tapes in between sessions of writing, but the main intention is to get a big chunk of stuff done on the new book, and I hope you'll join me for that. So I am Andrew Horn. If you've not read the previous edition of the book, go check out VHS Ate My Brain Revised Edition, which has been fully updated from the original book, and it's way longer. It's like twice the length. Do check that out, and do check out my other books. I've written a lot of fiction, written a lot of non-fiction, and there's some more to come after VHS Ate My Brain, but we'll cover that another day. Yeah, some cool stuff coming. So please do like and subscribe if you like this sort of thing. I put these videos out each week. Sometimes I do reviews in the week. I've not been able to do that recently because of this damn cold, where I've just felt like absolute hell. But we're getting back on track, hopefully. I keep saying we're getting back on track, and then the cold comes back. It just never seems to end. So for the time being, thank you for watching this episode of Planet Hex, and I'll see you for the next one. Keep playing those tapes, and remember, rewind. So that's that episode. That's the most recent episode over on Planet Hex. I'm going to switch over to some music for a bit from the amazing Whitebat Audio, who did my stuff like my theme tune and a lot of the background music here on Planet Hex. Right, let's try this dystopian synthwave, and let's go. Oh, there's an ad first. I'm just going to mute the advert so that I don't get problems with the stream, you know. Okay, let's go.
Right, everyone, I think it's time for another Planet Hex episode, and then we can go back to the music. So, here's another recent one from my channel. It's the that's not that one. We've had that one. This is one all about finding a Grail film. When I found a copy of Arcade on the Internet Archive. Let's check this one out.
The back shop of video stores.
That should be at the beginning.
Fascinating.
You tell I'm really well prepared, can't you? Hey, welcome to Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. This is a show where I talk about a lot of VHS tapes, a lot of cult films, the writing life, comics, games, music, and a bunch of other stuff that takes my fancy. Sometimes even like action figures and stuff like that. It's all good fun. Tonight, before we go and check out this week's offerings over on eBay, looking at X-Ray and VHS tapes, I'm going to talk about this movie here. There. Arcade. Now, a lot of you will be aware that I am a big fan of this movie. I know a lot of you will wonder why I'm a big fan of this movie, because I know it's not the best movie in the world and it has its flaws, but I am fascinated by this film. This was released by Full Moon Pictures in Full Moon Features in 1993, starring Megan Ward, Peter Billingsley, Seth Green, John Delancey, and was scripted by David S. Goyer. And it's a movie about an arcade game, funnily enough, by the title and the artwork, that has gained sentience, and anyone that plays it, it will basically consume their souls, and that's it. Teenagers versus living arcade game. You can't go wrong with it, and I love this movie dearly. This is a copy I've had since I was a teenager. I rented it. I bought this from. I rented it and then I went and bought this from a discount video store that I found while on holiday once, and I love it dearly. I love this movie. To the point where I actually started writing a sequel to it. I'm working on a sequel script to it just for fun. Must disclaimer, just for fun. I'm not in any way, shape, or form linked with Full Moon Features, but I've started writing a sequel and I'm tinkering away at that as well. I even made a trailer for it, which is on my channel. That's on my channel. If you want to check that out, do look it up. The sequel's title I've given it so far is Arcade forgotten. Arcade, the Viral Nexus. So yeah, that's my little pet project. I've done a trailer for it with AI voices and some nice visuals, and working on that script solely for fun. Although if Full Moon, if you ever need a script to an arcade sequel, hit me up. Here I am. But yeah, I'm going to talk about this movie tonight because I found the other version. Now, it was right under my nose. On the Internet Archive, someone had uploaded quite a while ago, actually, a copy of the original version of Arcade from a screener that had been sent out to video stores. Now, why does this excite me? Well, this version of Arcade, the one that was released, is not the original version of Arcade. It used to have, originally it had completely different effects. The creatures, the vehicles that you see on the screen there didn't appear in the movie, the original one, and even Arcade himself looked very different, and the scenarios that the characters were put in were very different as well. Now, there's two things I've heard about this. One was that the production company forming were dissatisfied with how the original effects looked, and I can believe it. And the other more believable one for me, anyway, is that Disney took issue with this movie because of some of the effects look very similar to things that were used in Tron, namely the light cycles and stuff like that. And Full Moon were asked to redo the effects. So whichever one of those may be the one that happened, I think it may actually be both. Personally, I think it's a mixture of both. Because some of the original effects did look rather rough. Regardless of that, I've never seen the original version, and I didn't know until finding it on the Internet Archive that there was a copy available. So I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch that tonight. I've got it open in another tab here, and I'm going to see how it is. But I've had a flick through it, and it's what has interested me most about it is that it doesn't seem to be just the effects that have changed. There appears to be several scenes have changed as well. So it's like an entire alternate universe version of this movie. So I'm really looking forward to getting a grip in this, getting a hang on this. It was directed by Albert Pune, the late Albert Pune, who directed things like Nemesis and the Captain America movie, the original Captain America movie in 1990 with Matt Salinger, and a bunch of other fantasy and sci-fi ones that I've really enjoyed over the years. Cyborg, for example, that's one of the big ones, and I would always love to. I've always wanted to do something that was linked to arcade, and if one day if the Viral Nexus gets made, that would be awesome, and it would be lovely to do something that's connected to Albert Pune. So I was a big fan of his work. Anyway, some of the differences. I've got some examples here. So this is the original poster. Sorry, this is the poster that was released over here for the UK release. I think it had a slightly different logo in the US, but there is an alternate version of the poster which I'll get to. So this is the version of the movie I'm most familiar with. There's Megan Ward in the VR video game world of arcade. Yeah, the effects were ropey even there by then standards those days. There's a screamer, and I really like that. Come around the corner, go ah! I was never really sure what it actually did to a character. They would kind of bail from the game when it came out, but that was pretty cool. So I didn't mind the effects as they were when in the version that was released. There's Megan Ward and Peter Billingsley going through the corridors in the various levels of Arcade's brain, and that's the levels as they appeared in the video release of Arcade as well. And there's like the River Styx type scenario with two of the characters that had been swallowed by Arcade acting as like, sinister boatmen across this digital River Styx. So that was an interesting touch. I don't think that one's changed much, but it'll be interesting to see if it has. That's the Screamer again. So there's the original logo as it came through on the original version of the titles. And there's some more of the original effects in the original version. It's a very different sort of aesthetic. There's the original Arcade. I don't have a copy. I don't have a picture of the finished version of Arcade to hand. I don't think there's one on the box art either. No. However, there is one in my trailer for the Virtual Nexus, which you can find on my channel. But it's very different. So there's like a demonic, ghostly feel to this one, whereas in the finished movie, it was a lot more robotic and square and blocky. And I feel that the finished movie, the one that was released to a larger audience, I think that one has more of a finished overall look to it, and less of a early '90s rave look to it again. So these are the hands of what was the original Screamer, which was it looked kind of froggy. It's on the original version of the poster. There's another look at Arcade from the original version. It's very different. It also almost reminds me of Reboot. If anyone remembers Reboot, that's what it makes me think of here. But it's something that's been sort of a grail to me for years to see the original version of this. So as I say, I've flicked through. I've been really excited to see it. There's the Screamer from the original version. It's not the same power as the more metallic one, which I thought fit better with it. You see what I mean about it looking a little bit froggy? But I never thought I would get to see this, and the fact that someone has uploaded it and it's available to watch on the Internet Archive library service, I'm really looking forward to checking that out. I'm wondering if any of the audio will be different, any of the soundtrack. I see there are some different scenes in it, some different takes, and definitely some very different effects. What I notice is that from what I've seen flicking through and what I've seen on the video zone, there is the Full Moon Features video zone for Arcade, which is also on YouTube, which has a lot of the old effects sequences in it, and it's an interesting watch. What I did notice that is the original one didn't seem to have any form of unified aesthetic to it, which I think is why, even though the finished effects were a little rushed, they are more unified. They have more of a unified feel to them, and are much more effective as a result, I feel. Anyway, so yes, I'm really looking forward to checking out the this.
which is the original version of Arcade, as put out by Full Moon Features, and I love it. I love it that I've been able to find this, and I'm going to be able to check it out. It's going to be really nice to see the characters again. I really loved spending time with these characters. I was like 14 at the time, 13 when I originally saw it, so I was about the right time of life to spend time around these characters. Yeah, and it has the Paramount stuff on there as well, because it is from a screener, so it's not going to be perfect. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what goes on in it. Anyway, so yes, I found one of my grails, albeit a digital version. I know I'll never be able to get a VHS copy of this. I think that's just out of the question. Not through price, just through scarcity. But I am really excited to check out a version of one of my favourite movies, Arcade, that I've never seen before. That said, it's tape time. Let's go and check out what's going on with X-Rental VHS tapes over on eBay. I've got to do that every episode. We've got to stay ahead of it. We've got to keep aware of what's going on in this marvelous scene. And straight away, I'm seeing something cool there, and it's not a tape. It's a Network Video Index and Catalog from 1982. That looks cool. Over 3,500 titles, over 600 film reviews, so that's a good one. There's a batch I saw on the last tape hunt I did on here. 2 more video indexes. Those could be cool to start checking out. We got Warrior Queen, that was up last time as well. Hope there's some new stuff on here. Oh, there's a big box of RoboCop. Classic film. I do love the original version of RoboCop, the original RoboCop movie, and I love the simplicity of the artwork that was used on that one. Oh, Beyond the Edge of Darkness, Project Shadow Chaser. Let's take a look at the back of that. Millennium, that was all right. That was all right. And Chris Christopherson and Cheryl Ladd in it. One of those that you'd watch once, never really revisit. Rollerblade Warriors. That's very off its time. Let's take a look at that. And Jackie Chan, big boxes, Hollywood Ghost Stories. Seen that one on here before. That Fly 2 for £2.20 is not bad. I've seen that guy's listings before. I recognise the user. But let's go and have a look at these other tapes and see if there's anything else that's gone up on his page. Vampire Journals. I've just watched that for free on the Full Moon Features YouTube channel. I just watched that recently for free on there. It's related, though not entirely canon, part of the subspecies series. It's worth a look if you like your dramatic, overtly theatrical vampire movies. But it's really good. It's one of those that is so well made, you don't notice the low budget very much at all. So when they get it right, Full Moon really get it right. When they don't get it so right, it's still a thoroughly enjoyable film because, I love these things. Nothing leaping out at me tonight so far, apart from those. Certainly not RoboCop 3. Check it out, Japanese big box for RoboCop 3. So, even though it's RoboCop 3, I've got to go and have a look at the Japanese version, see if it differs at all. Oh, the Creeps. There's a Creeps for $1.99. That's a Full Moon movie with small people playing like Frankenstein's monster and Dracula and so on, and the Mummy, all these classic characters, and it's a really really cool one. Planes, Trains and Automobiles, £17. What is your sort of your chicken soup movie? What's the sort of thing you always go back to when you need to be cheered up and reassured, or if if you're just not feeling great, something that picks you up? For me, Planes, Trains and Automobiles is one of those that will always make me feel better. Oh, got Pet and the Pendulum there, the Stuart Gordon version, another Full Moon production and known to be one of the really good ones. Oh, original version of Phantasm, nice. See, this isn't just like a horror search. This is just X rental VHS big box. Because I'm concerned by just putting horror on there, maybe missing some good ones. So I may do some like fantasy ones and sci-fi searches soon as well. Powder. I remember the trailer to Powder, and it just freaked me out. Just the trailer of it. Love a bit of Project Shadow Chaser. Not something you want to see on any listing, though, is it? Mouldy. Captain Power. Awesome. That'll complete what we've got open here. Captain Power was a great attempt at making interactive toys. And if you're not familiar with it, I think it was about 87 or so. Oh, it says 87 there. To about 1990, there was a TV series, Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future, and there was an interactive range of action figures and vehicles and guns and stuff like that. You know, toy guns. And some of it was released on VHS, edited into movies. And I had like 2 or 3 tapes. I think I had 2 or 3 tapes of that. I now remember I had Dread's Revenge. There was Lord Dread was the villain against Captain Power in the Soldiers of the Future, and there was an effect used in the series where the stormtrooper-like characters had like flashing red chest plates, and those chest plates would interact with the toys. You could shoot at the stormtrooper type characters on screen with the guns and the vehicles. It was the same thing with the vehicles. You could shoot at the other vehicles and things like that, and they would shoot back depending on the flashes on the chest. Of course, that would cause problems with people with like photosensitive epilepsy. Now that might be an issue there, and the production of it was difficult, I would imagine. But it was one of the earliest examples of a mixture of live action and CGI used in a kids TV program. It was post-apocalyptic. It was surprisingly dark. I mean, surprisingly dark. Beloved characters bit the dust in it. There was a lot of laser action. There was a lot of big set pieces in it, so I'm not surprised it didn't last long, because that TV series must have been way expensive to put together for the time anyway. So I'm gonna have to have a look at that. That was really cool, a really cool one. So on these tapes I've got open here, let's go and have a look. Oh, this one has just finished. So that has just finished. Fair enough. But that looks like something cool. The only video club you ever need to join. Network Video. Oh man, I see Night of the Demon straight away in there. That's cool. That might be something to keep a lookout for in months to come. That's a really cool item. I love that. Yeah, not surprised that sold for a bit. That's really cool. So, on this one, let's have a look at this. There's 2 video indexes here, and these are going up as well. Let's see if they've gone up from 11 foot. No, okay. So there's 2 minutes left, and for these 2, these are going to go for like, I think these are probably going to go up a little bit right at the end. But these are so fun. The movie reviews, there's listings of titles and the availability of them. That's such a great idea. I love anything to do with like the back shop of video stores. I think just that's fascinating. It always fascinated me. What a dork, Andrew. What an absolute dork, man. Yes. So I never had the original X rental version of RoboCop. I had the forefront version in the gold case, budget version, but it had the same cover on the front, just with a gold band around it, and same images on the back, and that takes me right back to being far too young to be watching Murphy rolling around on the floor while Clarence Boddicker yells, "Give the man a hand!" But that just makes me very nostalgic. Right, Project Shadow Chaser. This has ended as well. What did that end on? That's not a bad price. That's a really good price for that. That's what that finished on at £4. Looking good. They're very, very clean. Very clean. I don't know what it is about the Columbia TriStar releases of these low-budget movies. A lot of them are still in really good condition. I don't know if the materials had improved by that point, like in the late 90s, but a lot of those I see are in a really good nick. So let's have a look at Rollerblade Warriors. Look at that.
That's so cool. Bit of post-apocalyptic silliness for you there. Heaven and hell on wheels. And they've got lots of pictures of this. I don't even think I've seen that in its entirety. But what you're looking at there is something akin to like Slave Girls from Beyond Infinity, but with a bit more punk rock attitude for it, with it. I may have to check that out. So I want to have a look at this Fly 2. See, as I mentioned, that we've looked at this seller before, but I want to see if it's got anything new up. Oh, he's selling the RoboCop as well. Some Day of the Dead cards. Reanimator at 420. Yeah. Okay. The Palace version of Evil Dead 2. There's a great set of videos. The Palace horror. Yeah, good stuff. Nice to see that. So have a look at this Japanese RoboCop 3. That logo's so cool, and it is silver embossed by the look of it. There. Of course, you'd have to get the only selling point of this movie. The only selling points of this movie are Nancy Allen and the flying RoboCop scene. That's about it. But yeah, I was hoping that would be a bit more different to the UK release, but that's fine. That's cool. Creeps. Here's this one that I've seen before, which was mouldy. Dude, that is not mouldy. That is getting a good, hard bidding, as it were. That looks good on the back. Let's have a look at the spine. Nice, clean spine. Yep. I need this. I need this. Let's see if I can get it at a budget. You never know. What else have they got going on? Paul's DVD Emporium. That's a good name. VHS films. Let's have a look. Return to Salem's Lot. Tape only. Mountaintop Hotel Massacre for $1.99. That's cool. That's cool. This is a seller selling at a good price, and if people want to make those prices go higher, then that's fine. But this is a seller that's not starting things off at a silly price, and you've got to respect that. That's really cool. Excuse me. Still getting rid of that bug that's downed my whole family at the moment. Let's look at the back of that. That's crazy. I've not seen a tape of that in ages. New World Video. I'm going to watch that, keep an eye on that, see what's going on there. There we go. Yeah, The Pit and the Pendulum is a really good film and production of the classic story. Absolute masterpiece. One of those where it really uses all of the budget offered. Even if it's a low budget, if you stick it all on the screen, it really makes a difference. So it got Lance Henriksen in it, Jeffrey Combs, really good cast, and a surprising appearance from Oliver Reed, nonetheless, directed by Stuart Gordon. Fantastic, really good adaptation. Here's the Captain Power tape. So I remember this one. This was like foil. There's Lord Dredd. Darth Vader much. I mean, come on. The world once more has a future where legends are born, if you like, mate. So, unfortunately, with it being reflective, that has now aged quite a bit on there. That's quite plain to see. But there's Captain Power. There's one of the stormtroopers. There's the Lord Dredd. That one's Captain Power. I think he was called Tank. Yeah, and each of them had like their special powers. They all looked a bit like Centurions, to be honest. Once they'd got all their gear on. Now there would be something I would love to see in live action. That's aged really well. So yes, that brings us to the end of this episode, my dudes. So we've had tape time. We've checked out what's been going on with some Big Box X rental videotapes. We've checked out my endless nerdery for this film, Arcade.
And I hope you've had a good time along the way. I certainly have. This has been a good one. So I'm sorry it's been late, but I've just not been well. So I hope this has made up for it. Thank you for joining me for this episode of Planet Hex. Do join me for the next one. Do like and subscribe if you like this sort of thing. I will talk about more VHS tapes, cult movies, and other weirdness very soon. In the meantime, I'm going to carry on writing VHS 8 in my brain too, which is thundering along at a good old pace. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time. It would help if I turned the microphone on. That would be a really good idea, wouldn't it? So thank you for checking out that episode. I hope you're having a good night. I'm having a really good time. So thank you to the people that are hanging on there and spending some time. I really do appreciate it. It's cool to do. This is crazy. It is 20 to midnight so far. Let's see how long I can go. I can do this. So before I play you anything else, I'm going to take a break for a little bit and go and look for some tapes over on eBay. I do it in episodes of Planet Hex anyway, so why the hell not? Let's go and have a look on eBay. Just take a little break and go and have a look at some X rental tapes and see what's going on there. I might as well while I'm here break up things for you guys that have been listening to the music and watching the older videos that I've been putting on my channel. Let's go and have a look at some Hex rental horror. Some Planet Hex rental horror. See what's going on here. VHS Videos X rental bundle for 27 tapes for £2.20. I'm interested in that, so let's have a look here. Later edition of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That edition of the Changeling is still there. Interesting little batch there. Oh, the Entity. Cool. We'll have to have a look at this Hollywood Ghost Stories and Chopping more, because these have been on eBay for a little while now, and I'm curious to see what sort of state they're in. Ah, Phantasm. Great movie. Love that film. Whoa! Garbage Pail Kids movie. The Garbage Pail Kids movie on VHS, no less. If you don't know what the Garbage Pail Kids were, they were the Cabbage Patch dolls, but nasty. So they were vomiting, and they were covered in phlegm, and they were covered in blood, and they were exploding, and there was pus bursting out of them. The cards were great. I have very fond memories of getting the Garbage Pail Kids blind bags that were in like little green rubbish bags, and you got I think you got like 2 or 3 cards, and you got a little tiny figure, and you got some gum, and they were, I remember them being 20p in the corner shop near school in the early 80s, in the mid to late 80s, and I remember getting a bunch of those, and I don't have any of them left now, which is really makes me sad, because they were superb things. They were really, really cool things. Never got the whole collection of them, but they were so fun to have. Not one I would put down £40 for at the moment, but it's a really cool one to see on the market at all. There's Ghoulies 3, Ghoulies Go to College there. That one has the correct cover art. My Blu-ray of Ghoulies has the cover art to Ghoulies 3 instead of the first one, but whatever. I did let the DVD company know. Oh, that's the edition of Day of the Dead that introduced me to Romero, one of the first horror movies I ever rented. Oh wow, the Star Trek Encounter at Farpoint VHS. I remember once upon a time. Ooh, arcade. I remember once upon a time my a family member rented that and pirated it for me back in the 80s. Said, look what I can do with two VHS players and a SCART lead. It's like, wow. I thought the FBI were going to break down his door, because it's like, but that's naughty. Yes, but you'll watch it again, won't you? Yeah. But I was like 10 then. I didn't really get into Star Trek Next Generation until I was about 12, and then I was all over it. So let's see what else we've got. Oh, that edition of Creepshow, great edition of Creepshow. $4.99 for Enemy Mine. This looks like it's the seller that's got the Garbage Pail Kids movie as well.
So I'll have a look at their other listings. Extra, that's a crazy movie. In the Method Madness, love that film. I've got that on tape. The Poltergeist trilogy. The second one freaked me out. It freaked me out. The scene where the dad is vomiting a demon. That was like, I was not pleased about that. Night of the Comet. Great film. Let's see what this person's got as well, if I've not already got them open. Let's see what we've got here. First of all, in this X-Rental bundle, let's see if there's anything that leaps out. So on that top row, Lord of Illusions. This is 1 on the top row. Best of the Best, so there's 2 that I'd really like. It's Roll Boys, See No Evil, Hear No Evil. This is 4. So 4. It could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, 220, 4 tapes, and a bunch of extras to a nice shelf filler. It could be a lot worse. I'm sure there's some that I would find entertaining as well. Or not, but yes, anyway, so this next one here that I've got open is the Chopping Mall and Hollywood Ghost Stories, and now this been up for a while, so I'm going to see what sort of state these are in. Let's have a look. So, a little wear on the Chopping Mall, nice rental sticker on the Hollywood Ghost Stories. It all comes down to the tape. Those look really good. Those look good on the back. Yeah, Hollywood Ghost Stories has got some mould coming there. You see that forming there, so that's a no-no. And yeah, Chopping Mall has also got tape mould. I'm not brave enough or clever enough to sort tape mould out, so I'll just avoid those. That's a shame because those are really cool. Now look at this beast. The Garbage Pail Kids movie. It was a low-budget movie to start with, and like the makeups didn't look good. It was a bit creepy. It's the same sort of era as like Howard the Duck, which was also deeply disturbing, especially what Leah Thompson did with Howard the Duck. There's just there's no need for that sort of business, is there? But I have seen the Garbage Pail Kids movie, but I've only seen it on a digital version. I've never seen it on a physical one. And do you know what? I bet it looks a little bit better on analog because the lower quality hides a lot of sins with the effects and the making of it. What I do love there is that it's got an on loan sign with it, and that comes with it. That's so fun. That's a good looking tape. No tape mould there. From Visions in Balderton in Newark. Nice looking label. That's in pretty good nick, to be honest. That is pretty good condition. Some bits of wear, but that is a rare tape. That is so cool. So this edition of Day of the Dead is the one that my mum rented for me from the corner shop. Thanks, Mum. And yeah, just that cover, it takes me back to the visceral thrill of seeing that. This is the first one I saw in Romero's series of zombie movies, and it's just glorious, and I love it dearly. Master of the 80s, you've been watching Chopping Mall as well. Yeah, it's the tape mold that puts me off. It's the tape mold that puts me off getting that, because I don't want it to spread to other tapes, and I just don't have the know-how to get rid of it. I know there are people out there in the scene that do know how to get rid of it. I think vinegar was involved, but I'm not just going to chuck vinegar all over things. But this Day of the Dead tape is one of the first ones I got rented for me. So the original ones that got me in all these, they were Day of the Dead, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, Dream Warriors, Basket Case, and Trick or Treat. And those are the 4 horror movies that changed my entire life. I'll talk about seeing, some of the good stuff. That is a good-looking Day of the Dead. And there's no mould on that. Little mark here and there. It's from a mobile video library. That is a good-looking tape. Although I think that sticker is on the cover. Yeah. So that sticker's on the cover, so that's not something you could really remove easily without damaging it. So that's a shame, but that is a really cool looking tape. Right, yeah, here's the Next Generation Encounter at Farpoint tape. So this was I remember this being in rental stores, and the next tape that had 2 episodes on it, which were The Naked Now and Code of Honor, episodes 2 and 3, series 1 of Star Trek Next Generation. Next Gen became hugely popular, hugely influential, and is still much loved to this day, but it had a really bad start. So series 1 of Star Trek Next Generation is far, far, far from perfect, but I do still hold it in very high regard. Look at the cast there. So we've got Wes, we've got Tasha Yar, we've got Geordie, there's Riker and Captain Jean-Luc Picard, we've got Beverly Crusher, we've got Diana Troy, we've got Worf, and we've got Data in those the costumes that were collarless and all kind of one piece. It did look a lot better once they got the collars on. It looked a lot more Star Trek. Then it felt a lot more Star Trek. Don't know why, but it did. So that was the one that, of course, introduced us all to Q, played by John Delancey, and that's just a happy thing for me to see. No great value, pardon me, no great interest in it. It just makes me feel happy, as does this film. So yes, I've done a video. I've done videos on Arcade, and I've of course writing the script of the sequel. Just for fun. It's not a real sequel. It's just for my own entertainment. However, I have told Charles Band about it. I did send Charlie an email about that, so that was exciting. Not heard back, probably because I sent him an email about an Arcade sequel, and I don't think it's the first time I've done so. So sorry, Charlie. So what else have we got here? So this is Arcade. This is the same edition I have, and I've had for many, many, many years. Although that's got a rental sticker on it. It just makes me happy. It just makes me happy. I think it's a great movie, even though it had to be partially remade after all the trouble with the original CGI effects. So I'm just going to go and see what else this seller has on their listings. Where's the button? There it is. See other items. Let's see what else they've got. Okay, we've got the mass market edition of The Thing, the Christmas Star, Amazonia. Excuse me. So the account, Don't Say Horror, that's a great name. Red Heat. There's the Arrow edition Blu-ray of Inferno and Phenomena. We've got a mass market copy of Bride of Chucky. The Swamp Thing X rental, that's a cool one. Miracle on 34th Street, that's terrifying. Any more Full Moon, come on, what we got? Any more? Oh, Suspiria. The Barbarian. Which one's that one? We'll have a look at that. Zombie Nosh, put out by Vipco. Yes. I liked Vipco stuff. I wore a Vipco hoodie for many years, and bought loads and loads of their Screen Time and the cheap ones that just had a black cover and like gold text on them. I liked them. I liked them for what they were. They were all right. They were fun. They gave you an easy access to a bunch of stuff you may not have seen otherwise. Philadelphia Experiment 2, Star Trek Nemesis. Yeah, some interesting things here. Let's have a look at that Barbarian. Look at the artwork on that. That's so cool. You can bet the movie does not look like that. That is superb artwork. 1982 illustration, and you see there's no stills on the back. It's a VPD tape, so that's video program distributors, which is quite sought after. That's an interesting one. But it's based on a novel by The Barbarians by F. Fenwick Mason. I'll have to look that up. That sounds interesting. So it's got Jack Palance, Melody O'Brien, Millie Vitae, Richard Weiler, Guy Rolfe, Deirdre Sullivan, Austin Willis, and Joseph Cuby in it. Under an invasion led by Canis. It's got anus in it, that word. I'm easily amused. Revak the Barbarian, his beautiful sister Creola. are taken prisoner in order to suppress any thoughts of rebellion in their people. Canis, in order to humiliate them further, directs his dark desires upon Criolla, who rather than suffers, takes her own life. It's his sister. It is with this bitter hatred that the barbarian, sold as a slave, vows revenge on Canis. That sounds like a really bloody awkward watch. Yeah, interesting tape. Not one I see around a lot, but that's a little off-putting. So this guy's got Midnight Cop. Not a great movie, but that does suggest he may have some interesting stuff in the other listings. 163 results. Comics. Ooh, Necropolis. Got Necropolis as well. Got that edition. Love that movie. Daughters of Darkness. Dracula v Frankenstein on Rainbow VHS. That's interesting. Some decent old school comics. Teacher's Pet with Jodie Lynn O'Keefe. No thanks. It was like that post-Scream era that sort of winds me up, where lots of things were like sub-Scream. I Know What You Did Last Summer sort of movies. Rosalind and the Lions. Don't know what that is. Wolfhound. These have got some great covers there. Oh, Spellbinder. Let's have a look at the back of Spellbinder. Whoops. I've come out of that. Where was it? It's that one. I remembered not minding that when I saw it at all. That was okay. That movie. I'm liking all these old school DC comics. They're far more evocative of an era than a lot of ones are now. Vampire in Brooklyn. Copies of Nuts. No, thank you. Death by Temptation. Oh, The Matriarch. Mother of the Living Dead. The Thirsty Dead. Yeah, there's nothing leaping out at me on those, which is a shame. But let's have a look at this copy of the Spellbinder. No, that's cool. Again, not the best film to have. Not the best film by any stretch of the imagination, but it's really nice. It looks really nice on a shelf. And that, my dear, is the problem with a lot of collectors such as me. We will often buy things because they just look cool. But we watch them. We watch them as well. We love these things. You know, the excitement of this. I still get the excitement, the same excitement opening a VHS case, even something that I've watched a million times, and seeing this, seeing the joy within. It just makes me happy. Night Screams. Decent slasher Night Screams. Monster in the Closet, that's a nice addition. They Live. Christ, They Live, £55. Ooh, Ghost World. See, I'm really fond of this movie. It came out in like 2001. Is an adaptation of a graphic novel. I used to sell a graphic novel a lot in my comic book days, my comic book store days. And Thora Birch and Scarlett Johansson did a great job in it. Steve Buscemi's great in it. It has a really odd atmosphere. And it's one of those films that isn't really about anything. And while things like that don't often grab my attention, that one makes me incredibly happy. Just because of the interactions between those characters. They're really cool. God, Curly Sue. Oh, Betamax there. Murder by Numbers, Unfaithful, The Gauntlet, White Squall. Nothing else really leaping out at me. But I'm going to keep that Ghost World one open now. I've got the movie posters Ghost World, some of the original, like, mini poster for it. Ooh, Killer Clowns and free film on loan tag. $34.99. Not a bad price for Killer Clowns. Hardcover. That's one I used to see around a lot. Oops. Let's get that open in a new tab there. Mortuary. Video movies from Hakushin. Mausoleum. Oh, Life Force, £30. That's not bad for that additional Life Force. Grandmother's House. Ghoulies. Yes. Vampire Journals. Puppet Master, Retro Puppet Master. Didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. Not the best one, but I didn't mind it. So let's have a look at what else this seller has. Hardcover is one of those that you would see in every video store. Let's see if they've got something else. The Baby for 250 quid. Blimey. Mistress of the Apes. Season of the Witch. Return of the Flight. There's some interesting stuff here that you do not see often. Oh, Rabid on Alpha. Sorry, on Intervision. Lord of the Rings animation. Texas Chainsaw Massacre slipcase. That's an NTSC tape, that one. So that's an American one. There's some really reasonable prices around here. Yeah, some of them are higher. But there's some really reasonable stuff around here. What's Stranger's Kiss? I don't remember that. Looks a little Liquid Sky-esque. It's probably nothing like that. But then again, what could be like Liquid Sky? Okay, let's have a look at Stranger's Kiss. Who's in it? Peter Coyote, Victoria Tennant, Blaine Novak. Hollywood, 1955. Oh, it's set in the 50s. Doesn't have the 80s glimmer and glitz for me, that one. Yeah, let's have a look at the tape on Retro Puppet Master. Again, not one of the more appreciated films in the Puppet Master series, but a little fold down at the back, that's not so bad. A little knock there. Let's have a look at the tape. No mold, looking good. May give that one a watch as well. Let's see what else they've got. So that's watched. Crazy mirrors and things. Nightbreed, $2.99 for Nightbreed. Not bad at all. Beyond Reanimate for $3.99. You've got some good prices here. This is really good. You will shift these. You will move these at these prices. This is good. Chud 2, Bud the Chud. Maybe you want, maybe not that one. Rick Mail, awesome. The Eyes of Laura Mars, that's a good one. Mausoleum for a tenner. The Immortals. 17 Doctor Who VHS singles, doubles. I went through such a massive Doctor Who period that it's so deeply ingrained in me now, it's unreal. Not sure about the new series. The special was alright. It's alright. It really grabbed me. Amityville 2 with Possession. Amityville 4. Possession freaked me out. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go and take a 5-minute break while I go make a noodle pot. I'm going to go and make some spicy ramen to wake me up and keep me going. So, I will pop some music on, and I will see you, my friends, in a little while. So let's see if I can get this going. I'm back in about 5 minutes or so.
I didn't believe in revenge.
Mute the advert, Andrew. Mute the advert. See, June 2 looks good. I don't mind the look of June 2. And we've got another classic episode of VHS Ate My Brain. In fact, I will. I'll put that on while I pop along. be back in a bit.
Hey, welcome to Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. I talked about VHS recently, talking about the price rises in the VHS scene, and I thought I've not really done enough videos about VHS collecting, so that is kind of what I'm known for, mainly because of the book VHS Ate My Brain, and the column that came after it also became a podcast and a YouTube show for a while as well, but that's what I'm mainly known for. So I thought it was time I gave some tips out there to people just starting out with VHS collecting. Now, you may pick up some tips if you've already been doing it for a while. If you're already quite an established collector, you may still be able to pick up some ideas. But this is mainly for people just starting out on their retro journey with these marvellous bits of black plastic full of magnetic tape. I love tapes, I love VHS, and always will. My collection has shrunk a lot over recent years. Ever since VHS Ate My Brain came out, a lot of my collection has been sold off just through necessity. But I still have a deep, abiding love for these things. I'm still a huge fan of these things. I love them dearly. So, how do you get started building your VHS collection? So the first thing you can do is find them out in the wild. Now, my most common places to find these VHS tapes are charity shops, car boot sales. That's been the main two things that I've found over the years. So check out your local charity shops, check out charity shops in any town that you visit, and see what they've got available. And in a lot of cases, VHS are becoming quite an odd thing to find now. There has been quite a drop-off in the number of VHS tapes being found in charity shops of late, but they're still out there. They're still out there. Not all of them have gone to eBay resellers yet. So yeah, in charity shops and car boot sales, look for vintage sections, look for charity shops that have a vintage or retro area. Some of those have been popping up recently, I've noticed. They've got like vintage furniture and clothing and things like that. In a lot of cases, you'll also find that they have VHS and vinyl and similar. So yeah, in the wild, keep a lookout for things. When you do find tapes, do make sure you check out the tape itself. If you're alright with it being in a bit of a state, if you're not bothered about the film itself and you just want the cover, then that's fine. Check the cover, make sure there's no water damage or anything like that. But when you look at the tape itself, make sure there isn't any tape mold. So that will show up on the tape here as portions of white. I see there's a little bit of white there, but that's not tape mold. That is actually just a bit of dust if I look closely. Yeah, so you will be able to see tape mold on the tape. It'll look like a white fur. It's not very nice, and if you put it in an VCR, you may well damage it. So try and avoid those. Also look at the prices of these things, and if you find them in charity shops and car boot sales, they will be cheap. In most cases, they'll be very, very cheap. So the temptation may be there to snap up absolutely everything that you find. Don't do that, because you will find out that you will get landed with a load of stuff that you don't really want, and you've got it just for the sake of it. I made the mistake of buying every VHS I could find for a while, and the collection just went insane, and so did my wife. Try not to do that, because you will just get burdened down with a load of stuff that you don't really want, and you can't shift on eBay. If you want to resell it, you can't really shift it. I would recommend that you don't start becoming a VHS collector for the simple act of flipping things. So flipping is buying something in order to sell it on. I would start a VHS collection for the genuine love of old movies on a dead format. For me, it's all about nostalgia. It's all about growing up, spending a hell of a lot of time in video stores and cinemas, and even more time in video stores and cinemas, and then some more, and then winding up in a comic shop. So basically, yeah, it's been a nerdy life so far. So I would say start out your collection with things that you want, with things that you saw back in the day, or movies that have some form of importance to you yourself. That is the heart of my VHS journey. Even if you just find tapes with no cases, if they have some form of significance to you, then that's great. Like here I've got Extro, you know, Pre-Cert Extro. it was a really cool find. That was like 10 pence. And that's one of the old Video Nasties, so that's got an interest there. Death Weekend, never seen it before. Heard it was a bit of fun. That was like, I think that was free from a friend. The Hidden. I love this movie. I saw this pop up on trailers for a load of stuff back in the day. And I still love that movie. House. It's essential. I'm a bit sad that I didn't have the cover to this, but I wanted the movie anyway, and that was about 10 pence. You will find in the wild occasionally places you wouldn't expect to find tapes. Now, one of my biggest hauls ever was from a newsagent, and I'd gone in just on a whim to get a drink, and saw they had a big cage of VHS. I got talking to the owners there, found out that it did used to be a video store. This was in Sherwood here in Nottingham, so it used to be Sherwood Video. It's now just a convenience store. Hello again, William. William wants to be on camera. Say hi, buddy. It's very bright. And I went back. I couldn't carry too many that day, but I went back, and they said they'd hook me up if I wanted a load of the tapes. And it was interesting because I was talking to the proprietors of this business, and they were saying how those VHS tapes used to be their entire world. That was their income. That's where they got most of their custom from, was through VHS tapes, because they were a video store. And they were a little heartbroken to see them going piecemeal, so they were pleased to see a collector come in and buy a load of them. I think I bought about 30 of them, and I loved that. A lot of those went into my collection, some of them went into other collectors' collections, some of them I did flip on eBay, but they all found a home, and that's the important thing to me, is finding a proper home for these things, with people that will appreciate them properly. And that is why the VHS scene is so vibrant and is so exciting and interesting. This is a community that's been born on nostalgia and a deep love for these. Look at your face, dude. And a deep love for these films and the format and just the cinema of the era and how things came out, how things were circulated, and that's awesome. So just keep a lookout wherever you can find it, wherever you may be. You never know where these things are going to show up, and there are a lot of vintage shops. They may even start showing up in antique stores and things, music stores, independent record stores. There's an independent record store here in Nottingham where I found a bunch of VHS randomly, just stacked up against a wall. Always keep an eye out for them, but do always check that the tape is in a good condition and isn't going to damage your player. And that's finding it in the wild. That's how I would find them in the wild anyway. So how else can you find VHS tapes here and now in 2022? It's getting harder, but there are a lot of them online. So when you're buying VHS tapes online, it's important to remember to check any photos again for any tape mold, any damage. Is the tape mangled? That's the thing you can't really check. If you're in person, you can hit the button on the side and take a look at the tape inside to see if there's any damage. That one's all good. You can't really do that online. So if you are curious about something, if you are putting down a fair bit of cash for a tape online, make sure you check out anything that you are concerned about, any water damage, any damage to the tape, any mold or anything like that. So the main places to find VHS online are, of course, eBay, which is getting a bit dicey at the moment because the prices are going crazy. People have wised up to the fact that people want these relics. If you are curious about anything, do check with the person selling it on eBay. Amazon, it's a bit harder because it's not quite as visible when you look on Amazon. However, there is another outlet that has come up in recent years, and that's Facebook Marketplace. Now, a lot of tapes are available on Facebook Marketplace, but you will have to trawl through a lot of crap. But that's part and parcel of this hobby. You do have to go through a lot of crap. Always take some hand sanitizer with you, and not just because of COVID. You're going to need it in some of the places you go to. A lot of these tapes will be so old, they won't have been stored properly, they will be filthy. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace, there's a lot of places, there's a lot of sellers on there selling bundles of VHS, or take your pick from an enormous collection of VHS. Always check with the seller that you are getting a product that you are expecting. Something else to ask about when you're checking out online is to make sure the covers are originals, or if they're not originals, it needs to be stated that they're not originals, or you're not dealing with the best seller there. So make sure the tape's okay, make sure the case is in a good condition. If it's a particular edition you want, check if the case is original. Like I really wanted this particular edition of Trick or Treat, which is from the Palace Premier line. So it's got the original cover, the original Palace Premier tape, and the original Palace Premier box. And it was really important to me for some films, some particular films, to be the whole edition that I wanted. Check it if you want it. If you want to go to that length, then make sure you got the right case and everything like that, and the right tape for the right edition. Do check with the seller. Always ask questions. You are entering into a transaction, so you have every right to ask as many questions as you like about these things. Always make sure that you're also paying the right price. Always check the quality of the tape. Check out the feedback of the seller to see if other people have found them trustworthy or good service, or if they have negative comments against them. Check that out before you lay down your hard-earned money. It is getting harder here and now to find VHS tapes in the wild for a decent price. It's getting way easier to find them all over the internet for crazy prices. But if you just with a little effort, and to be fair, quite a lot of fun, you will be able to find a lot of cool stuff out there for cheap. Now, the search for these cool things is really essential to the enjoyment of the hobby. I have since branched out, because VHS hasn't been that prevalent in the last couple of years. I have branched out to movie magazines, or movie souvenir magazines, or lobby cards and things like that, or trading card sets, or anything to do with this era of cinema, this link to my past, and this thing that fascinated me so much when I was younger. If you're starting out with a VHS collection, if you're starting out with this whole hobby, this crazy, bizarre, insane world where you just never know what you're going to find. Car boot sales, charity shops, second-hand bookstores, record stores, anything that's a little off the beaten track, a little odd, you may find some tapes there. Always check them for the quality, the standard of the tapes, make sure it's the right tapes in the boxes, make sure there's no tape mold or damage or anything like that that could potentially damage a vintage VCR, and have fun. Above everything, have fun. VHS collecting should not be just something about making a bunch of money, because you might not, especially if it's like common tapes or things that were not that popular to begin with. But if it's, I collect horror, I like sci-fi as well, and fantasy movies and things like that, you will find your niche, and once you find that niche, you will find out all kinds of things that you never knew about those movies, and just have fun. Have a load of fun with it. Be a part of the VHS community. There is a great community of VHS collectors out there that would love to see your haul, love to answer any questions you might have about different releases or where they may find tapes, and just join in with it all, because this is such a vibrant and weird scene. It is a niche interest, a niche hobby. Every now and again it will pop up in the news that some tape has sold for a stupid amount, or someone has 1 million tapes, or they've made a video store in their basement, and that's great. It's great when we get those little glimpses, but for the most part this is a niche hobby. It is mainly for like-minded individuals like ourselves. If you want to check out some more stuff on VHS collecting, granted it's with a US slant, check out the documentaries Adjust Your Tracking and Rewind This. I would say Adjust Your Tracking is my preferred one, and yeah, Rewind This is great as well. But If you want to check out some stuff on the old Video Nasties and all the scares around horror movies, check out the Video Nasties Definitive Guide Volumes 1 and 2 documentaries as well. They are well worth your time. So main thing overall, enjoy yourself, enjoy collecting VHS tapes, and enjoy these weird old movies.
I'm having a really good night. I hope that the people that are watching this live, and indeed people that are watching this on replay, if anyone does watch this on replay, are having a good time as well, because I am really, really enjoying this. So I really appreciate you being here. I'm going to carry on writing. I'm going to eat some of these ridiculously spicy ramen, and we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Let's play some music for a few minutes, and then I'm going to go and play something else from my channel, or we may go and have a little browse around the Internet Archive and see what else we can find. Let's go and have this groovy dark synthwave mix. Oh, very atmospheric. I like that. So, I've written quite a bit so far tonight. I'm really enjoying this. It is 23 minutes to 1 in the morning. Still going strong. I've got some cake. I keep going, keep my energy up. I'm going to spend a lot of tomorrow morning in bed. And then I've got to do a load of housework. Because before everyone gets back from their trip. I want the place to be nice when they turn up, you know. But also wanted to make a big chunk of progress. The parts of the book that I'm writing tonight are largely the interludes. So there's bits that go between the chapters, just little like experiences that I thought may be fun for people to read about. So that's largely what I'm doing tonight, and just tidying it all up before I have a lengthy session of filling it with photos. I have quite a lot of photos that were not included in VHS in My Brain Revised Edition, and also some lots of new ones that I've taken of things that I've done or experienced since putting that one out. Even since last summer putting that one out, a lot's changed, a lot's happened, and stuff is moving on still. So okay, let's go over to the Internet Archive, and I've got a page here, bookmarked, which I just really love. So there is a huge selection of VHS trailers and promos on there, and this is what I cut my compilations together from. I've made 3 trailer compilations called the Video Store Ate My Brain. Of course, you know, I had to keep it within the brand, you know. But what I discovered was that the Internet Archive has so many things that are really exciting for like VHS nerds. There's alternate cuts of things, there's alternate cuts of movies, there's rare trailers, and I collected, I think it was like 55 trailers in the first one, and or something like that. And I'd done like over 150 or so trailers for different things. Not always the best quality, like there's Meatballs 3 there. Revenge of the Nerds 2, Nerds in Paradise. The sleaziest movies on video collection trailer. I'll open that for later viewing. I don't think I should really put that on YouTube at the moment. I don't think that'll go down very well with the algorithm. But there's so many things here that really give a different view on things. And trailers were made differently in the VHS era. They were made very differently. So rather than like jump scares and in big epic build-ups and so on, they were a lot more matter of fact. So trailers from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s were a lot more matter of fact in what they were showing and what they were trying to get across. Ooh, Exorcist 3 TV spot. Now that is a great movie. But something else I've found on here is that Breaking All the Rules. I think I put that in one of my compilations. That was a good one. There's Dungeon Master, aka Rage War. What I tried to do with these compilations was to make them like looking around a video store. So it was a bit random. So there'd be like a horror trailer followed by a sci-fi trailer followed by an action trailer followed by going back to horror or something like that. But just looking at the stuff that's on these pages, if you just look at VHS trailers on the Internet Archive, let's see, I've got a few here. We've got Midnight Express, Over the Top, the arm wrestling movie, National Lampoon's Animal House, Enemy Mine, yes. But then you've also got Confessions of a Driving Instructor and Battlestar Galactica: Conquest of the Earth. There was loads to enjoy. Honestly, I lose entire nights just looking through the Internet Archive for trailers. Again, this is like turning around and looking at another shelf. We've got Risky Business. We've got Edward Scissorhands. We've got The Gate. We've got Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle, quality. Tron, Cool World. But then you've got things like there's these compilations of HBO promos, there's things for different TV channels, there's little connecting parts. We've got the Karate Kid there. There's random commercials as well. And I just really recommend you have a look around the Internet Archive. Just archive.org and search on there for VHS trailers or just VHS, and you'll find the weirdest things. It's on here that I found a bunch of SOV horror. So things like Video Violence, Trilogy of Terror, Tales from the Quad Ed Zone, loads of shot-on-video horror that I'd been looking up in publications such as Analog Nightmares, which is the size of this beast, size of this book. It's crazy. And it is really like a shopping list. And there are a lot of things in this book that show up on Internet Archive. I found the Scarlet Fry's Horrorama on there as well. And did a review of that. Ended up being friended on Facebook by Scarlet Fry, which was pretty cool. Where are my picks? I like to have a noodle on guitar now and again, because what with being a guitar player, tends to be what we do. It's very out of tune. Mainly I just shred on it while thinking, you know. But this is there's a pick. But it really brought home that things that people would create have a life beyond the brief time it takes to make them. So you know, even like SOV stuff has value, and even though it may have been shot over a weekend or a week or something in someone's backyard, the fact that it was created and released as a full recording and then went on to be something that was uploaded to the Internet Archive for anyone to find, it gives it that life. And it's strange thinking that these movies have had lives far beyond their initial release, and that is really exciting. But yeah, that's something that really excites me about this stuff, is that it has lived on. And there is so much of it to enjoy. The house where evil dwells. But honestly, even now, I could easily lose absolutely ages just looking through these things. Vamp, one of my favourite 80s movies ever. Vamp is a great film. But I do hugely, hugely recommend it, that you go and take a look at those. So, let's go over to my channel and find something else I can put on for you guys while I carry on writing into the third hour of this show. What was a good one? Ex-rental VHS tapes. Are prices going down? I put this out a month ago, and this was one I was particularly pleased with. So let's give this a go. And I will catch you in a little while. I mean, it would help if I did that with some sound. You know, that would be helpful. So let's try that again. Hey, welcome to Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. This is a show where I talk about a lot of VHS tapes, a lot of retro movies, music, comics, the writing life, and a lot more. It's my first tape hunt of the year, so of course I'm going to go over onto eBay. I've got it set to just ex-rental VHS big box, and I'm going to see what's going on in the market there with my favourite form of obsolete media. So I'll be looking forward to this. I've got the new set going, got a new setup at the Castle Haunt here to make Planet Hex with, so I'm just getting to grips with it, so bear with me. I think everything's going to go alright tonight. Should do. I hope so. I've got to remember not to keep looking up there at my other monitor. That's what I need to remember not to do. And what you need to remember to do is check out VHS 8 My Brain Revised Edition before the sequel comes out in March 10th. This year it will be VHS 8 My Brain 2 The Revenge. So, without further ado, let's go and check out what we've got on eBay. I have a beverage. I have a Be Kind Rewind coaster, so I'm very happy indeed. I'm all set. Let's go and see what's going on with these tapes. So straight away, nothing exciting. So I've got it just set to X-Rental VHS Big Box. I'm not just doing horror tonight. I'll see what else comes up. And I've not set it to cheapest or anything like that. I want to see a mixture tonight. So let's see what exciting things come up. Straight away, we've got Kathy's Curse on Intervision there. That looks promising, so let's open that up in another tab. It's an Intervision one. It looks like it's got one of the squashy cases on it, so that'll be fun. Entity Force. You see, I keep seeing Entity Force around. Let's open that one and have a look at another tab. Because I keep seeing it around, but I've never wanted to buy it because it's one of those that I always saw in like the absolute lowest of the low video stores. It's not one I've ever really wanted to get hold of, but I do like the cover art. That said. Runaway, on the other hand, is one I'm going to look at with Tom Selleck in it, a sci-fi movie. I did quite enjoy that. Let's see what else we've got here. The Unisol. Salome's Last Dance on Vestron VHS. That's not one you see around a lot. Nice. We've got Endgame, post-apocalyptic movie. Probably a later edition of it, but I shall go and have a look. So Endgame is a really good. Let's have a look at Serpent Slayer as well. Endgame and Puppet Master 3. Sorry, I keep getting distracted here. Endgame is one of those really good post-apocalyptic, post sort of Mad Max sort of era, crazy movies with all kinds of sort of futuristic, sort of not futuristic. You know, there's lots of wastelands and armor made of junk and stuff like that, and it's an enjoyable little romp. I'll go and have a look at that one. Flowers in the Attic, no thank you. Okay, we've got Curse 2, The Bite here. Not one I want, however, that's $1.99 and $2.94 postage. That's a really good deal. So that's a seller that knows what they're doing and they're not trying to rip anyone off. So let's go and have a look at that. Mighty Thor Cassette 1 on Guild. That could be an interesting one to look at least have a look at the other listings they've got up. Pretty Poison, not really my thing. Apt Pupil is only £2.50 there. That's a good movie with Ian McKellen in it, but then again, it's got Ian McKellen in it, so of course it's going to be good. Ooh, Barbarians. If my voice sounds funny tonight, by the way, I've got a bit of a cold, which I'm still fighting off. That's one of the reasons that the previous episode of Planet Hex, the short one that was It's Time to Cull Your Streaming Services, there's lots of edits in that because I kept coughing like a maniac. I picked up the family bug that they had over Christmas, so that's a really nice present from everyone. £5.50 for The Beast Within. That's an interesting one. Long Kiss Goodnight, not really my thing. Don't mind it, nothing against Long Kiss Goodnight, but you know, I prefer my genre stuff. Hollywood Ghost Stories, that could be an interesting one as well. I'm not taking it as a trend, but some of these are a lot cheaper than I would expect lately, just because I've seen prices going up on a lot of things I've looked at. It's nice to see them going down on a lot of things. Such as the Punisher. There's the Dolph Lundgren Punisher there. I quite like that version. I think it's still my favourite version of the Punisher movies and whatnot. I know there's a Punisher TV series as well, which I've not seen. But that's of the movies, I do think I prefer that one. Mixed Delta Big Box. Let's have a look at the job lot there. I do like to look through a job lot now and again. Lots of sequels. Ooh, Phantoms $4.99, not too bad. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Dark Wind. It's not the best title you could have if you have a British sense of humour, i.e., a very puerile sense of humour. Metamorphosis. That's another one I used to see in the really cheap shops like Entity Force, but that got me a bit more. That had a bit more interest from me. I did watch it once. Enjoyed it for what it was. Warrior Queen. Now, see, that's tempting because it's a Vestron video edition of Warrior Queen, and I do quite like Warrior Queen, but I've seen it recently on think it was like Plex or something like that for free. So I'm in two minds whether or not to bid on that. Baby's Day Out, John Hughes movie. I need to do something on John Hughes movies. A huge fan of John Hughes movies. Well, the pre Home Alone John Hughes movies anyway. Return of the Living Dead, amazing collector condition at $19.99. That is not bad at all. There's only 2 days and 17 hours left on that. So let's have a look at this as well. Right, let's see what we've got open here. First of all is this Runaway with Tom Selleck. It's a satisfying sci-fi movie. I like it. It's in good condition. Let's have a look at this artwork. The art's looking good across the top there. Pretty crispy. Let's have a look at the back. My problem with this is that Tom Selleck does a great job in this. Tom Selleck is really serviceable. The gripping suspense and blazing action never let up. The special effects terrific. Chills and thrills all the way. See, but the problem is he's always going to be Magnum to me. And with him always being Magnum, he's always going to remind me of my dad, who looked like Magnum in the 80s. You know, down to the shirts and the tash, and it was just, I could never take him particularly seriously as an action hero unless he was Magnum PI. But let's see what else they've got in their other items. Deranged for a £5. That's crazy. This is someone that's pricing things nicely. Invisible Dead Wizard Video Edition. That must be one of the re-release ones, not one of the original ones. But we shall have a look. You never know. Oh, the Blob. The Steve McQueen version of the Blob. Awesome. Phantom of the Opera. Oh, I've already opened up some of these in other tabs already. So this is clearly someone that's selling stuff at a reasonable price, and I like this because this isn't talking down to other collectors. They're not saying, I will shove up prices. I will expect huge amounts of money for this collection. This is someone that knows that they've got something, and they've put things up for a reasonable price. And I would imagine that several of these are going to go up higher. These are great prices to start with. Fantastic. So let's go and have a look here. Deranged. Let's have a look at the back art on this. I've not seen this edition of Deranged before. CBS Fox box. Okay, that's not the version. That's not the Deranged I thought it was. And that tape is a bit. Ooh. Is that scratches or cracks? Oh, it's that scratches through the label. Fair bit of damage on that tape. No, sadly that's not what I would pursue. This is interesting. The Invisible Dead, one of the Tombs of the Blind Dead movies, if I remember rightly, on Wizard Video, which is one of the most sought after labels in the States. It didn't really make it over here. However, only a few years ago, Charles Band, who was involved with Wizard Video, apparently found a stash of unused cassette cases, so put another run out using the original cases but newly made tapes. But that does not look like one of the new ones. Just judging by the aged quality of it and some of the damage around there, that's really cool. I wouldn't be able to play it because I no longer have a region-free player, but that is a really good one. Wizard Video. I'm going to watch that and see what happens with that, because that sounds exciting. Right, what else have we got here? Oh, our server is down. We'll have things back up to normal soon. If you still need help, visit our help page. So I can't show you that one. Sorry. So this Endgame, a futuristic film of survival. It's got this glorious artwork on it that, of course, doesn't feature in the film. Like a lot of movies of its ilk and of that era, they often had images that begged the film up a bit more than it really needed to. So that is a shame that those things didn't really show up in the film. That doesn't have an image of the back on it. I would always prefer to have an image of the back on it, but that looks like a slightly newer version
than the original. Although the 18 there doesn't have the BBFC text in the red circle, so that could be slightly earlier. What's the year on that? Let's have a look. Doesn't say. Doesn't state the year there, but that's a good-looking tape. Do check that film out if you've not seen that one before. It is definitely worth your time. So what else have we got here? Oh, they've got a signed picture of Kevin Conroy, the old Batman animated, the animated Batman voice actor. Game Boy stuff, some Blu-rays. This is clearly a cool person. There's the Return of the Living Dead edition. Ah, that's so cool. That is really cool. With the Graham Humphreys artwork. Graham is a lovely, lovely guy. Met him at the 80s Video Shop in Alfreton, and was supposed to be doing a signing as like a support act for him when he did the Nightmare on One Sheet signing there, but I couldn't get there because of the trains were cancelled. But yeah, that's a good looking tape. Yeah, a few dings and whatnot, but that is a great movie on a great edition. I had the Vestron one. I had it in a puffy case, if I remember rightly. But that's not a bad price at all. That is a really good seller. It's nice to see people that are not taking the mick with these things, honestly. So if I've got that one open over here as well, yeah, I should close that. What else have we got? Let's see. So we've done Endgame. Let's see what else have we got here. Serpent's Lair. This is one that I was curious about because it's got Jeff Fahey in it, and there are about 1 million of those films of Jeff Fahey in around about 94, 95. Let's see if this is one that would be of any interest. No, that one looks more like just like a generic erotic thriller masquerading as a horror movie. Not really my thing, but we'll go and have a look at the sellers of other items, make sure it's not one we've not already looked at. Oh yeah, it's the guy with Deranged. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. So this next one is Puppet Master 3, Talon's Revenge. I may have to put a bid in on this because this is cool. So we've got Puppet Master 3, Talon's Revenge, big box. Let's have a look at those corners. Corners look okay, bit of a ding there, bit of damage. When good puppets go bad, and there, of course, full moon features. Ah, I love full moon. Yeah, the wear to the bottom, there is some noticeable wear on the bottom of it. £2. If only these things were still £2. Some wear on the bottom, but that's fine. Let's have a look at the tape. Looking okay. There's a wrinkle on the label, but that doesn't really bother me. Is that tape mold or is that dirt on the window? I think that might be on the window. Let's have a zoom in and have a look. See, I think that's on the window. May watch that one and see what happens. I was going to bid on that, but I'm not sure if that is on the tape itself or not. Let's have a look. Okay, it doesn't say that it has any mold there. I'm just going to put £6 on it for now and see what happens. I do like the look of that. That looks fun. Right, next we've got the Bite Curse 2, which I wasn't, like I say, a big fan of it, but I want to see what else this seller has got. I think I may have already had a look at this seller, to be honest. Oh no, we've got some more here. Devil May Cry complete series anime. Excuse me, this cold is getting in the way. Alright, no other VHS jumping out at me there, which is a shame. Right, this Mighty Thor one was interesting because this is the sort of thing that would just kind of fester in the kids section of video stores for a long, long time. There would be loads of increasingly ancient animated tapes, and I found them quite interesting and like a real glimpse of another world. So that's pretty cert. Not that it would really matter with Thor, with a comic book movie. Sorry, a cartoon video. Cassette 1, 1982. So yes, pre-cert. It's not looking bad actually, but I what to do there? Let's check what else they've got. Oh, cool. Batfink. We've got Batfink, Formators, Max Fleischer's Cartoon Festival, quality, and a bunch of non-VHS stuff as well. Nice things though, but those cartoon tapes are amazing. My wings are like a shield of steel. I don't even remember what his voice was like, but Formators was an interesting one. This was one I used to see around with really dodgy art, dodgy cover art on it. So that's clearly not the what goes on in there, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the Quintessons from Transformers the movie on the front there. Looks like them anyway, and that looks very much like Unicron. Did they just nick artwork from it, or are these actually in the show? You're not even trying. That's Jazz. Come on. That's Jazz from Transformers, and that next to him is Hot Rod from Transformers. Look at that. The heroic warriors, the Formators, guardians of the Earth's defenses, came under attack from the evil Xelons, who have formed an attack base on planet Mars. The Formators fight against their enemies with the aid of Pala, Pegasus, and Space Dragon. You've not even tried. Not even tried. Get in the sea. So, nothing against the Cellar, though. The Cellar's awesome. Barbarians. The notorious movie with the twins in. With the Barbarian twins. Let's see what this is looking like. Looking good. See, a lot of the Warner Home tapes, I've noticed that for some reason, if it was the glue or the paper, but a lot of their labels have stayed in pretty good nick over the years. That's a good looking tape. Again, the film you can see for free on something like Plex or other services like that. But this Cellar, Wrestling Figures UK 1, has got my vote because they've got a cool name. Let's see what else they've got. 17 items up at the moment. Got some Playmobil, Barbarians on VHS. Nice addition of 2 Towers and a Mark Allman gig. Fair enough. But yeah, Barbarians, that's a great movie. Right, Beast Within. This interested me because it's on one of those puffy Warner Home video cases, and it's not one I see often, and I see it even less with such a low price. So it ends in one day, this, and it's still only at £5.50. It's looking good, looking pretty clear. But it's not one that I've seen below like 15 quid, I think, or so in recent months. Let's see what else they've got. Original Fireworks brochures. Fireworks, They Live. I've got that edition of They Live. That's a great edition of They Live. Not a terrible price for it either. Werewolf, The Return of the Living Dead Part 2. I've got the £5 for that's not bad, and £10 for the Blob on big box. Oh, they've also got the Hollywood Ghost Story, The Devils. There's an edition of The Devils there for £16. B movies, Cameron's Closet. They've got some good things on here. Jesus, Helter Skelter. The Sentinel. Yeah, weirds me out, that movie. I really like it. I don't usually like movies by that particular director, but that is a really good film, especially for fans of like The Exorcist and that sort of 70s supernatural era. But yeah, The Devils, oh my god. Right, that is a pre-cert because that 18 has been stuck over it. I can see that that's a sticker. Never had there been exorcisms like these. It's Oliver Reed in a surprisingly sober image. Bet he wasn't, bless him. Original Warner Brothers case. There's one of the squashy cases that tended to perish and crumble after a while. It's relatively clear looking for a very aged tape. Oh, I bet they've had fun skipping through this. What I'm not sure about that edition is how uncut it is, because that was a hard one to get hold of. Let's have a look. Preset big box VHS tape, 18 sticker added later, quite rare. Box top of insert, a bit worn, but the tape itself is fine, has been tested, plays well with no issues. Please study the pictures for details. UK bidders and buyers only. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, but I would have to do some research on which edition that is and see how much has been cut out of it, because that is rather notorious, that one. But for £16, that is a really, really good deal. Hollywood Ghost Stories, let's have a look at this one. There's a stamp on the back. What's that stamp say? Property of Azad Video. Cool. Not anymore, it ain't, mate. Looks clear. Tape looks a bit marked. Not entirely sure about that one. Let's have a look at this Punisher one. So I remember that. I remember this being a big thing when it came out, when it was like Dolph Lundgren, a Marvel movie, a big screen Marvel movie. So they were still a long way away from getting things like Spider-Man or X-Men off the ground, so way before MCU or anything like that, even way before the Fox universe. But this was, it was not loved at the time. Not loved at the time, and he didn't have the skull on him, but it was a great action movie. What more could you want? You know, we love action movies. But Dark Knight Videos, you've got a cool name. Let's see what else you're offering. The Protector, Punisher, Mutant 2 for $2.99. These prices are not bad. Armageddon 2000 WWF for $2.49 on VHS. That's not bad at all. Bloodsport 3. I don't mind the Bloodsport sequels. Pardon me. Right, Return of the Jedi, $1.99. That's pre-special edition, so that's an exciting one. Some more wrestling. Oh, they've got some of the Vipco Scream Time DVDs as well. I had a soft spot for those. I knew they were terrible, but I had a soft spot for them anyway. I really like them. Didn't have that one though. The Assassin. There's some nice things there. Again, it's a seller putting things up for a decent price. So well done, guys. You guys that are doing this are really helping the scene and really helping the hobby by not having ridiculous prices on things. This is an interesting one because something stuck out at me here. And so we've got the Marseille Connection, and we've got Mantis Under Falcon Claws, we've got Amazonia, Double Trouble, My Name is Nobody, The Forgotten Parallel, The Black Pirate, we've got Money Train, Combat Zone. I've got a cat down here. Hello, William. Come on. So William wanted to see what's going on. So hey, William. So Combat Zone, The Forgotten Parallel, and Flatfoot as well. Which of these do you think, William, is the one that I was looking at? Is this one, Amazonia? You see? Yeah? You don't care, do you, mate? There you go, darling. So Amazonia there, that's quite an expensive one for that range. Again, that's got an 18 sticker on it. That is a pre-cert, I believe, on Avatar. Yeah, I think that's the pre-cert edition. So it's not like it wouldn't cover the entire cost. It's not worth the entire cost, but that would be like a 20 quid tape in that bunch, I would imagine. So Metamorphosis, I love this cover because with the color scheme, it makes me think of Creepazoids, the old Empire movie with Linnea Quigley in it, which Charles Band was involved with. So it had all the things I like best in the world. But what I wanted to see here, not this movie in particular, but I wanted to see what else the seller was offering. Okay, so we've got Monster, Metamorphosis, the cut version of Evil Speak. Even for a cut version, it's worth getting. Evil Speak's great. Zombie Flesh Eaters, Serpent the Rainbow, a TNA wrestling shirt, cool. The Abyss, I know what we did last summer. Alice Sweet Alice. Some of these are just mass market ones, some of them are big box ones. Two Evil Eyes for £2.50, that's not bad at all. The Entity. Graduation Day. Graduation Day is fair for £15. Do you know, I'm really surprised by this tonight, that we're seeing things that are really reasonably priced. This is really, really impressive. Absolutely love it. So it's nice to see these things are coming out at a really decent, reasonable price. Warrior Queen at $7.95. This is really good as well. Normally, I've been seeing more people wanting huge amounts for things, and it's just not the case here. I'm really impressed. I will destroy this cold. Been eating lots of spicy noodles, having lots of vitamin C, getting more sleep. I will get rid of it as soon as I possibly can, so I don't have to keep coughing on things. So let's have a look at this Warrior Queen. Yep, that's a great movie. A city so corrupt, gods would bury it alive. Awesome. awesome, awesome, awesome. $7.95 is a really good price for a tape like that, and it's so refreshing and heartening to see these prices going down a bit and being a lot more reasonable. I don't think it's because there's less interest. I think it's because there is less money for everyone at the moment. Mainly because, you know, you're spending it all on streaming services. Cut down your streaming services. See my previous video on the channel. That's going on with that. Kathy's Curse for $7.95. Yep, that's Warrior Queen. Kathy's Curse for $6.99. Look how good condition that is, although the top is somewhat hairy. That is good condition. Pre-cert. Let's have a look at the tape. Not entirely sure about the tapes. I can't see it properly because of the glare on there. I don't think there's any mould on it. But again, for a less common tape, that is, it's the guy with deranged. For a less common tape, it looks good. It's a decent price. You can see in the background there, the guy has a shelf of preserts. This is someone that knows what they're doing. They just want to get things out there, back to the other collectors. For something like this, you are going to be looking at just a collector. It's not going to be someone making a random purchase, random late night eBay purchase, because that never happens, does it, guys? No, that never happens. That's going to be a collector only. So it's really good to see these prices are leveling out really well. I'm seriously impressed with this, and long may it continue. Absolutely fantastic. So it's lovely to see these tapes here out there. It's great to see a great price going on them. Let's see how the rest of 2024 pans out with this sort of thing. So if you like this sort of thing, please do like and subscribe to the Planet Hex channel. Put these videos out every week, and in between them there'll be little short videos of my Planet Hex review series as well. But at the weekend you can look forward to these full-length episodes of Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. I'm the author of that book there. Please do check it out because it helps me carry on doing stuff like this. And it's a great motivator. It's a great motivator just to know that these things are getting out there to people that appreciate the same sort of thing I do. Thank you very much for watching this episode of Planet Hex. Yes, thank you for watching this episode of Planet Hex. That was very, very kind of you. So, we've had some episodes of Planet Hex. I've been and looked at tapes on eBay. I've been and looked on the Internet Archive. So I'm going to go and have a look on Facebook Marketplace. So we can see if there's any VHS goodness there, any horror movies on there, before I get into what I think will be the last chunk of writing for the night. It's been going 3 hours, 10 and 11 minutes so far, this stream, which I'm really, really enjoying. I'm going to see how I'm feeling at 4 hours. So let's go and have a look at what we can find over on Marketplace. We're going to put VHS in and see what comes up there. So no doubt it will be some of the same things that I saw on my recent video, on my most recent video here on Planet Hex. Yeah, this is like the next generation game there. But I just want to have a look. Old martial arts movies VHS. I didn't look at that on the video the other day, so let's go and have a look at that. Eddie Murphy movies. That's quite a nice bundle, actually. If you're an Eddie Murphy fan, that's a great idea. I like the idea of bundling things together so it's themed. VHS films, £70 in Derby. There have to be a lot of them for £70, my dudes. VHS videotapes, 10p each. Can't go wrong with 10p. Let's have a quick look at those. What do we see? I see Shirley Valentine, Harry Potter. I see a Poldark tape there. Over at Navajo County. DIY videos, a guide to Cape Town. I don't think that's going to leap out at me, really. Come on, show something crazy like the Beast in Heat or something like that in the middle of it all. Or Torval and Dean, that is equally as frightening. All those bags of tapes.
be fun to go through them, but £70 is a lot. So, what else is here? So, old martial arts movies. And this has been presented with a video. This is cool. Hi, selling 96 rare VHS movies, all martial arts. Prices vary, as most of them are very rare. Prices start from £20. They start from £20. See if I can spot any here. This is a very blurry video. I see Showdown in Little Tokyo. I see Black Eagle. Neither of those are £20 movies. Is it Sidekicks? One of the Three Ninjas spin-offs. This is really hard. These are so blurry. But not convinced. Not convinced. Oh, okay. I see China O'Brien 2, China O'Brien, Above the Law, No Retreat, No Surrender 1, 2, and 3. I see AWOL, Sudden Death, Bloodsport. Yeah. Start from £20. That's off-putting, dude. That is off-putting. That's unfortunate. Let's see what's in this batch they got here. VHS films, £70. VHS films, Disney, Power Rangers, Star Wars, Terminator, Aliens. None of which says £70 to me. Although I see the Guyver there. Right, what we've got the first 4 Alien movies. And Making of Alien Resurrection. I like making of tapes, even if it's Alien Resurrection. We've got Star Wars, the original version, and what looks like the newer version, Terminator 1 and 2. We've got a Royal Rumble. We've got a bunch more WWE tapes. Those could be interesting. A WCW tape. The 1998 Godzilla. I see Prehysteria there, the Moonbeam movie. Mortal Kombat, Guyver, Dark Heroes. That's a fun movie. Very silly, but so fun. No, that's not saying £70 to me, I am afraid, my friend. Let's do VHS Combi. Let's see if any more combis have come up. Lots of little CRTV things. VHS Video Combi, Stockton on Tees, £30. That's not bad. Let's have a look at that. Lots of players. I like this. I like this that sellers are showing the backs of the players in a lot of cases, because then you can see which attachments it has. You know, you can see SCART there. It's got the usual VGA inputs and things like that. £80 for VHS Combi. See, this guy wins because he's got WWF on it. I see Hulk Hogan there. £50. £5 for a TV/DVD player. Is that like a miniature one or something? A lot of old retro VHS DVD players, amps, etc. Wow. See, these are a really good idea, these cheap CRT TVs for retro gaming, so they don't take up a load of room, and you can plug your NES or Mega Drive or anything into that. Top loader. Look at that top loader. Let's have a look at that top loader. And this listing here for 277 VHS videos. Let's see what's on that one as well. I do find Marketplace to be such a mixed bag in terms of the stuff that people are offering and the quality of it. Some of it is just battered. It's not really much use. But that is... that's a lovely range of stuff. There's a TV and DVD combi there, a free one with teletext. Like, that's a selling point in 2024. £15. Now you're talking. That's in Dorset though, and most of these don't deliver. You have to go and pick it up. Let's have a look at these anyway. So VHS Video Combi, that's in Stockton on Tees. Over 25 years old, would not think it everything perfect. Okay, I'm not quite sure what you mean there. TV and DVD player. Doesn't come with a wire. Needs to be brought from eBay. Wire costs £5. No remote. Good condition. Doesn't say how big it is, what it is, or anything. So 19-inch. Ooh. Oh. The late hour is getting to me now. But I will power through. We'll get some more done on the book. Thank you for joining me for this, though. I really appreciate it. I do find I work better if I am observed. I don't know why. But if I've got the file open there, I can't not. Look at this. This is so cool. Video recorder and cassette player, VHS. It's an awesome looking top loader. Chunky buttons. There's the VHS player. Where's the tape go? Is it over on that side? Must be. No longer needed, in good condition. That's pretty cool. That's a really weird one. That is a really weird looking machine. I love it. So 277 VHS videos and 34 DVDs, all original, £60 for the lot. Fuse box not included, I'm guessing. So let's see what's on offer here. It's blurry again, but I'll see what I can pick out. So we've got MI2, Flipper. High Noon, Charlie the Mask, The Eagles Landed, Hamburger Hill. I see Austin Powers down there. It's hard picking these out. Another copy of MI2. Doesn't mean you have to buy two copies by having the two on the end. Wizard of Oz. That's Sum of All Fears. Ragged Man, Forrest Gump. Nah. This is interesting. Christchurch. Let's have a look here. So 14-inch. So that's not bad. That would go on the little bookcase that's next to my desk, on my studio setup. Oh, it's black and white. Yeah, I didn't see that bit. No wonder it's cheap. Never mind. Well, that was interesting. And that takes us back to the trailers and promos there. So let's go and put some music back on. Let's put this music on, back on Oblivion, right? And I will catch you in a little while. I'm going to carry on writing for a bit. Right, okay. To see me through to the end of this stream, I think I'm going to top this. I'm going to end this stream at 4 hours. I think that's a good evening of stuff going on, and snacks and drinks and other distractions. So, thank you for joining me for this. I'm going to do one more video from my channel, and it's one that I really was really pleased with. So I'm going to play it now, and I'm going to finish my writing for the night, and have one last push for this last half an hour, and we'll finish this on a high note. So I'm going to play this video from my channel. It's 5 cult 80s films that defied genre. I was really pleased with this one. This is one I really wanted to do. It's got like Liquid Sky in there, and Night of the Comet. Night of the Comet is in particular a really, really strong movie. So right, here we go, into the last half an hour of this writing session, this live writing session. Not quite an all-nighter, but we're doing pretty well, to be honest. So, let's go with this video and the last half an hour's writing. Let's do it.
Hey, welcome to Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. This is a show where I talk about a lot of retro movies, cult movies, cartoons, comics, games, music, the writing life, and a bunch of other stuff that scratches the retro itch that I often have. Very retro itchy person. That didn't sound right. So on this episode, I'm going to talk about 5 cult 80s movies that defied genre. Before I do, I've got a little haul to go through. It's been an interesting week. I've been carrying on working on VHS Ain't My Brain 2, which is coming along really well, on target for the release next March. And yeah, I've had an interesting haul this week. Got some tapes, some stuff to show you. I have actually found VHS in the wild as well. For the first time in ages, I've found an actual stash of VHS in the wild. No titles I wanted, not what I wanted to pick up for myself, but there's some really cool stuff there, so I'm hopeful that we're going to find some more as we go on. So a lot of places haven't been accepting it, like charity shops and so on, haven't been accepting tapes for a long time now, and to find some in the wild, I'm hopeful that we may just find some more gold out there. So I found a bunch of stuff this week, and I've had some arrivals, so I'm going to take you through some of these. I got the novelization of War Games. I have a think about movie novelizations because they often have stuff that was in the script that didn't get filmed, so a lot of them are quite interesting like that. But yeah, this is War Games. I've never seen one of these around before, so I had to pick it up. So yeah, we've got Ali Sheedy and Matthew Broderick on the front there. Great film, very timely film, especially things like, you know, even still it is quite a timely film. So that was interesting. I got a Gore Zone that I've not had before. I don't believe I've had this one in the collection before. I'm thoroughly enjoying going through this. There is some great material in this, and it's always interesting to go through these and see what was going to come, what was going to turn up, what was going to be released, and the things that didn't get released or things that changed while they were being made. So I always love Gore Zone. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have the posters in it that the magazine usually came with, but it's still an awesome find. Now, onto tapes. So, there's 2 of these arrivals were ones that I see around a lot. I just never had them in the collection. I thought, alright, they were a good price for the 2 together. It's the Runestone and the Vineyard. So I would see the Vineyard always on hunts, and never really picked it up. I saw it a long time ago, I believe. I need to refresh myself on this. I've not rewatched these yet. And it's one of those that you always saw around. It's a Cinema Club one, so it's the budget release anyway, and it's a small clamshell. I would have preferred X rental, but hey, it's got a cool cover on it. If nothing else, it's got a cool cover. Looks good on the shelf. So yeah, and the Runestone as well. So the Runestone is an entertainment and video release, and they tended to put out a lot of stuff I liked back in the day. So yeah, I remember seeing this a long time ago, and I've refreshed myself with the trailer, so some of it's coming back, but I need to rewatch this. It's been many years since I watched this. But yeah, I love the cover, and again, looks good on a shelf. The tapes are in good condition, so I'm pleased about that. So I'm looking forward to revisiting those. So the other ones I got, one I'd never heard of, which you saw me bid on an earlier episode of Planet Hex, which was a Lorca and the Outlaws, a sci-fi movie. It's only PG, but look at the cover. The cover art is the best. The colour scheme is very me, and apparently it features the music of Toya Wilcox, which is what I think drew me to it in the first place. But I love the whole aesthetic is very me, so I'm looking forward to checking that one out. And this one, I don't usually see this very cheap, and I had to pick one up. X-Rental box, big box. It's The Edge of Hell. Yep, it's the movie with Thor in it, fighting the enormous rubber. Yeah. Honestly, if you don't know what The Edge of Hell is, it is it's a heavy metal horror movie, and I do have a thing about heavy metal horror movies. As anyone that knows my channel and my stuff, it will be aware I'm obsessed with the movie Trick or Treat. This is not on a par with Trick or Treat, but it is ridiculous, and I'm looking forward to revisiting that. It's been a long time since I've seen an actual physical copy of that. I've seen it digitally and stuff like that, but I've not seen a VHS copy of it for a long time. So I'm looking forward to getting to the big climactic fight between Thor and the big rubber dude. So on to this week's subject. So yes, I thought after last week's video on 5 sequels that deserved to be revisited, I thought I would do 5 cult 80s movies that defied genre. Now this was an interesting one for me because the 80s was a crazy time where you could cross genres easily and just see what happened and put all these weird mashups out there. There are some really obvious ones, such as Videodrome and Scanners, or Brazil, or Time Bandits, and that sort of thing. Now there are a couple of pretty predictable ones in here, but I did want to talk about them anyway because they're just so cool. So the first film on this list, from 1984, it's The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. Yep, starring Peter Weller, otherwise known as RoboCop. This film put together sci-fi, comedy, horror, rock and roll, a kind of new wave thing going on, with an action movie. There's so many things going on in this film, and that's one of the reasons I think that it didn't get the massive following that it should have. It's developed a definite strong cult following over the years, just because of the nature of it as being so cool, but it wasn't like an earth-shaking success. Yet there was a sequel suggested at the end of the credits, but that didn't come to pass due to various rights issues and arguments going on behind the scenes, as far as I can tell. But it mixed all those genres together, and it created something all of its own. If you've seen the Buckaroo Banzai movie, you know that it does not really fit with any one thing. It's hard to pigeonhole it as any one thing. I guess at the top level it's like a sci-fi movie, but because of the comedy elements and the slapstick in there and the action, the thriller bits, there's a bit of musical in there, it's just an insane experience, and one that really needs to be seen to be believed, and it is thoroughly enjoyable for that. And I love it. I love the whole thing about it, and I love that it got mentioned in things like Ready Player One and got kind of brought back into the consciousness through various things like that. It's just a really cool film. Do give it a chance if you've not seen it. The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension is a must watch for any fan of cult cinema from the 80s. And if you have seen it, watch it again because it's awesome. So the next film I'm going to bring up, also from 1984 or thereabouts, was Night of the Comet. This is a really interesting one that was a mix of science fiction, horror, and coming-of-age teen drama. There's also bits of action movie in there, little touches of comedy, but it's not really like a major factor in it. But it does mix sci-fi and horror and this coming-of-age sort of story really, really well. Now, that starred Catherine Mary Stewart. You may well have seen it in The Last Starfighter, and it's just a fascinating film. So there's zombies in it, there's a terrible event that turns most of the inhabitants of the planet into dust, zombies, and the survivors have to try and make their way in an otherwise desolate, largely uninhabited planet. And it's really interesting. It does also feature Robert Beltran, who was Chakotay in Star Trek Voyager for many years. But it's Catherine Mary Stewart has such a presence in this. In fact, the cast are really good in this. And without a cast that was so strong, it would have failed miserably. There's some really iconic visuals in it. It's a really strange atmosphere to it as well. So I think that the makers of 28 Days Later took some inspiration from it for like the scenes of desolate streets, stuff that happens in shops, and just trying to stay alive and sane through everything. But it is definitely definitely recommended. If you've not seen Night of the Comet, it's quite a different experience. For any fans of 80s movies, it has a lot of ingredients from different, very distinct 80s genres, and the mashup nature of it, I think, again, like Buckaroo Banzai, may have put off a wider audience. But it is a fantastic, fantastic movie that holds up really well to this day. A lot of the messages in there still resonate really well to this day, and it was a great one to rent back in the day. The artwork on I've got it on DVD at the moment, and the artwork is kind of subdued. It doesn't really do it justice, but if you don't think the cover looks that great, honestly, give it a chance, because Night of the Comet is one that you won't forget in a hurry. Really, really cool film. Another one that you won't forget in a hurry, oh my god, Society from 1989, directed by Brian Yuzna and starring Billy Warlock, who went on to be in Baywatch. This is a weird experience, and for anyone that's seen this, yeah, you know what I mean when I say it's weird. For those that you haven't seen it, feel free. You'll believe that a man's ass can have a face in it. You'll believe all the strangest body contortions you can imagine. There's the mixture with this one. It's not just a horror movie. It's not just like a Cronenberg style horror movie. It is a psychological thriller as well. There are elements where you're not sure what is real and what isn't. Some of it makes me think of Jacob's Ladder, but I think Jacob's Ladder was the year after. I think so. I may be wrong there. Feel free to comment below and correct me on that, as I'm sure you will. I love you guys. I really appreciate it. But yeah, it got quite notorious when it came out. I remember this coming out. I remember it being a big release. I mean, I would have been about 11 at the time when it came out, and it was just the weirdest thing. Everyone around was saying, this is insane, because it wasn't like a Friday the 13th movie or a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. It wasn't a slasher. It wasn't Hellraiser. It was really hard to quantify what this film was, and it still kind of is. But seeing Billy Warlock's character go through what he goes through in this movie, with the strange family, the strange people that he's finds himself involved with, and all the weird body horror of this movie, it's quite a sight to behold, and it is definitely an experience that will stay with you for a very, very long time. So yeah, Society would be number 3 on my list of 80s cult movies that defied genre. Number 4, I'm going to talk about one that I do have on tape. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, okay, so it's The Hidden. The Hidden. Now, this was sort of, it felt like a precursor to things like the X-Files. So this was 1987, I believe. I think it was in 1987. Starred Kyle MacLachlan. It was about a cop and an FBI agent trying to figure out why people were just randomly going berserk and turning into psychopaths. So this one had an element of like neo-noir, conspiracy theories, but it also had strong elements of sci-fi and horror. It's billed as a sci-fi stroke horror crossover, but it has a lot of stuff in it that makes you think. It's quite tense as well. The nature of the movie, with it being so fast-paced and there being quite an urgency to it, keeps you going, keeps you viewing it, keeps you guessing. There's some really great performances in there, including a surprising performance from Claudia Christian, who plays Susan Ivanova from Ivanova. I can say that, from Babylon 5 for years. But this is 1987. This is before B5 stuff happened, and yeah, it's quite a surprising appearance from Claudia Christian in that movie. But it's got a great atmosphere, such a great feeling. I didn't like the sequel much, as it sometimes goes, which is a disappointment because I do love sequels. But yeah, The Hidden, really great film. Anyone that likes the X-Files and hasn't seen The Hidden, it's sort of like a precursor to that sort of agents on the trail of something idea that became so big with Mulder and Scully in the 90s. So do check out The Hidden. So at the end of this list of my 5 80s cult movies that would defy expectations and defy genres, I'm going to mention Liquid Sky. Now, I've got some good friends that are obsessed with this movie, and quite rightly so. This is a really interesting film. So it's from 1982. and it's a sci-fi stroke kind of punk new wave stroke drama movie about a miniature alien that comes to Earth and starts feeding from the endorphins created by people in people's brains upon the point of orgasm. So it's like basically a drug-addicted tiny alien inhabiting these people and trying to take over. Just trying to get as many hits of this particular endorphin as possible. It's an interesting movie because it's not told in like a traditional sci-fi movie sense. It's quite lo-fi. It's quite punk rock. There's a fantastic post-punk stroke new wave aesthetic to this in the makeup and the outfits. It did some gender stuff as well, with lead Anne Carlisle playing both Margaret and Jimmy in the movie. And while it's not an easy watch, it is a compelling watch. It's not something that you would expect from an underground movie. It holds together really well. There are some really psychedelic visuals with it, with some... They are kind of dated now, the rudimentary sort of video effects in there, but it has a fantastic atmosphere, and it has a very unique sort of alternative electronic soundtrack as well. So if you're familiar with things like Throbbing Gristle and the early industrial stuff, you may get a kick out of the synthesized soundtrack to this as well. Apparently it had a great big influence on the whole electroclash scene, so there's a lot of androgyny going on there. There's some really cool styles. It's a really stylish, surprisingly well-made film for what it is, but it is a very weird experience to watch it. It's kind of psychedelic, kind of unsettling. There's sex, there's drug use, there's a really cool look into the underbelly of these alternative scenes in New York. A lot of the people in the movie aren't actors at all. They are just part of this punk, new wave, post-punk scene, and it works really, really well. It's has a feel all of its own, so do give it a chance. Give it a watch. It won't be what you expect. It doesn't feel like your normal sort of Hollywood movie, in that it has more of a sort of Grindhouse 42nd Street feel to it, but with this added sheen of this really cool new wave aesthetic that makes it really different to anything else you'll have seen out there. And coupled with the soundtrack and the trippy visuals, it's a late night watch. This one, Liquid Sky, is a late night watch, and I would recommend that you do give it a try. It is a really compelling movie. So let's go and see what these tapes are going for over on eBay.
Okay, so these tapes are varied prices on eBay at the moment, but I found some examples of nice looking ones to show you here. So this is a Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension VHS tape. I had this one, and I got mine for $1.99, and it was in a state. It was sun faded, it was battered, but it was, it was £2. This is a really good looking copy, so it's $29.99, and it's cool artwork, that lovely airbrush feel there, and it's looking good on the spine, it's looking good on the back. Let's have a look at the back with some of those images. Yes, great movie. So fun. John Lithgow is crazy in that. Ellen Barkin's good in it. Also got Jeff Goldblum and Christopher Lloyd showing up in it as well at points. But it is a really fun film. Do give that a try. But $29.99 for one in that condition, that's not bad at all. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's looking clear when it's on the playback there. A little bit of wear on the corner of the cover there, but yeah, that's you know what I'm saying. This is a decent looking tape for $29.99. However, there was also a copy of this for $99.99, which doesn't. No, we're not doing that. Things haven't gone that far yet, dude. So Night of the Demons. I found two copies of this. I did find one of the seller that's selling them for £100 at a pop, but this is £35. This is the 1984 X rental with Night of the Comet. So it's got the really gory zombie cover on it, which I think is a bit misleading because the zombies in it, but not all that much. It's more of a sci-fi drama rather than like a full-on zombie fest. So that it's a cool cover, but a little bit misleading. But that one's going for £35. Whereas this copy of it, with the more familiar cover that is on some of the DVDs and whatnot, is $99.99.
That's a lot. And what we've got here, so they're asking $99.99 for this £5 postage, but there's only one picture of it there. No one's going to lay down £100 for a blurry photo where you only see the front. Yeah, you can see the tape, and I'm hoping that that's a mark on the case and not mould. But yeah, need more pictures. Need front, back, side. Need the inside of the case. See which case it is. Anyone's going to pay £100 for that. But I put that in there just to show you the difference between the two covers. So we've also got really cool ex-rental copy of The Hidden. £5, $3.49 packaging postage. That is a great deal. That's a really good deal. So whereas my copy, my mass market copy, just had the white cover, that's the proper ex-rental one. CBS Fox K tape, looking good. That is looking good. So £5. Yeah, there's no back image there or spine image. However, it's £5, and they're not asking £100 for it. That is a really good deal, so definitely check that one out. If you haven't seen The Hidden, do see that movie. Society. This is the copy I had, and I think I paid about £5 for it back in the day of tapes being a lot more easy to get hold of, and before there was so much awareness of the VHS boom. So this was my copy. This is the edition I had. Really cool cover with the face being pulled off. Nothing like it out there, this movie. The cover art on the back does belie some of the weirdness of it. That's a good looking copy. Yeah, I see how things have gone lately with pricing. So that is a starting bid of £30. Personally, I would have put that at 20, 25, but I know people need to make money. And Liquid Sky. So Liquid Sky, we've got the only one I could find which was a UK VHS at present on eBay was this one, which is I think it's Tartan Video. So when Tartan Video were putting out nice editions of art house movies, and yeah, definitely Liquid Sky I would class as an art house movie rather than like a big budget blockbuster sci-fi horror extravaganza. It's a very different, very weird film, but hugely recommended. Do check it out. If only for the brilliant makeups and the stylings of it. It really captures a moment in time that was all too fleeting but has lasted many years in pop culture after it. So that's those tapes over on eBay. Back to me.
So that's a look at my 5 80s cult movies that defied genre, and we've taken a look over what they look like on eBay as well. We've had a look at the tapes that are available there, and it's been a pleasure to do. It's been an interesting one to do this. I really enjoy this sort of thing, and it's been tricky not just going for the obvious stuff, like scanners and Videodrome and things like that were kind of obvious. Another one that would have, an honourable mention, has to be given to Alien Nation, that mixed sci-fi and the cop movie, traditional cop movie, together really well. I really like these meldings of genres that cross things over, make things a lot more interesting for people, and just give you something different for the palate. That's really good. So if you like this sort of thing, please do like and subscribe, because I greatly appreciate it. I put these videos there every 7 days at the moment. Normally they're more often, it's like 2 or 3 times a week, but at the moment I am working on VHS 8 My Brain 2, the sequel to my 2014 book, and the of course the follow-up to the revised version that I put out this year. So do bear with me while that's going on, and I look forward to bringing you another episode very soon, because I'm having so much fun with these. I think I'll go on another tape hunt next time. It's been a few weeks since we've done one of those properly. So yes, thank you very much for checking out Planet Hex. I'm Andrew Horn. Please do like and subscribe, YouTube stuff, etc. And I'll see you very soon for the next one.
So there we go. There's that last episode of Planet Hex I'm going to play for tonight. I'm coming up on 4 hours for this stream, and I'm really pleased with what's been done. I've written a load tonight, which I'm really pleased about. There's been some videos, some music, some chat. I'm losing my voice. There's been a couple of beers. There's been snacks. And I hope it's been a good experience for you. It's been a really good experience for me. I don't get to do stuff like this very often, especially stuff of this length. So it's been an absolute pleasure to do this, and I've made a huge amount of progress with the interludes in the book. It's coming along really well, and I'm on target to get it out for March 10th, 2024, which is the 10th anniversary of the original version of VHS Ain't My Brain coming out. And I'm amazed that it's lasted this long, and I'm really pleased with everything that's happened about it. Master of the 80s, thank you for sticking with me, dude, throughout all this. This was really good of you to hang out, and I really greatly appreciate it. Anyone else that makes it through this stream, that has watched this stream or is watching it on catch up, thank you. Thank you. This is a crazy thing to do, and I've really enjoyed it. If you like this sort of thing, please do like and subscribe here at Planet Hex. Please do check out my books, such as VHS Ain't My Brain, revised edition, which is out at the moment, and all my fiction and my other non-fiction that I've got out in there. I'm really tired. I'm going to go to bed very shortly. I'm going to go and just correct the titles in here. I've noticed over the last hour or so, I've been getting more and more typos in here, so Grammarly is going to get some serious action when I when I go over this. Currently writing about SFV horror movies, so you can see me on camera doing some research with Analog Nightmares and Aesthetic Deviation. So if you've not read these books, I hugely recommend you do so. And that is that for tonight. So thank you very much for joining me for this episode. I say episode, many episodes of Planet Hex, while I've been here in the corner writing endlessly. And yeah, let's do this again sometime. I've enjoyed this. I'll see you next time with my regular videos here on Planet Hex. Thank you so much for this. It's been great. Night night. Bye.